Hello, everyone. How are we all doing? Oh my goodness. Sorry, I started a bit early today, so I'm still a little eepy. But I really want to get this mission finished. How are we doing? Hello, Duper. Yeah, I'm an eepy bunny. Just wanted to get started. I feel like I'm starting to fall behind a little bit on commission work for this month. So, mm, I just need to. I just need to get it. Just need to get it done. So let's go ahead and do it. Also, why is Bunless floating? Let's move her down a little bit. There we go. And off to the side. What's going on here? Whatever. It's good enough. I can do it. It is a Bunless, Goody. Yeah, so I did a very, very quick, setup start for this character. Not a whole lot going on the model. It's mostly just the coattails, or where the fuck that is. It's a coat, right? Yeah, with the belts. Um, and the hair, obviously, which I haven't started. Am I quiet today? Oh, I did have okay, so hold on. Let me move my mic closer. There are a few things new to the stream. Not probably here. How's that sound? Is that better? Is the audio better now? Do I turn up the volume or the gain on this thing? That's better. Gosh, you move the mic 6 inches away, and all of a sudden it gets super quiet. Let me hold on. Let me see if I can turn up the gain a little. How about now? How about now? Is that better? Is that better? Audio's better? Okay, awesome. Um, but yeah, I basically was able to get my hands on a Stream Deck on sale, which was nice because I haven't a lot on it yet. Mostly just basically the two VTuber expressions in air quotes, which is just sad eyes here, and the hat toggle, which is nothing. And I don't expect to press these very. I don't expect to press these like all the time or anything, but I did add a Vine Boom button. Hopefully, it's not too loud, which makes me really happy. I love the Vine Boom button. It used to be, oh, is the Vine Boom be to be louder? Okay, how's this? It makes me so happy. I'm just like, yesterday, I didn't stream yesterday, but I was setting up my stream deck in the morning, and I just had the Vine Boom there, and and just like sitting there, and then I'm just like working, and I just press the Vine Boom button because I'm like feeling sad or whatever. Um, It'll just be like I'm sad, and then I press, and then I'm happy again. I just love the Vine Boom. Hopefully, we get a lot of use out of the Vine Boom button. Yippee! The serotonin button, absolutely. Ah, so now I could do it. So now I can use it to underline my stupid little jokes, okay. Here's one I said last stream. W axis, more like L axis. That makes the joke 10 times worse. I love it. Hello, everyone. I hope you're all enjoying the Vine booms. Okay. Hopefully everything's... Oh, everyone's having a good morning today. Does anybody think it's funny how much longer in life a Vine boom has had than the actual service of Vine? It's pretty incredible. I guess that was the thing that come out of Vine. And the concept of short form video clips. I want to say Vine was the first. Who knows? Anyways, let's not dilly dally too long. And let us get back to working on stuff. I really wish I could map switching avatars to a Stream Deck button, but I don't think VC Face supports that. Like, yeah, there's a hotkey to load a VRM, but I think that just opens up... I think all that hotkey would do is open up an Explorer window, and then you have to click on the VRM. Oh, excuse me. But yeah. Emil says, will Bunless do a model? Will she get free time? Find out on this episode of Bunless. Yeah. This is the Bunless animated series everyone was clamoring for. Sorry, it's not as exciting as the version in your head. But yeah, I guess we need, so for the model, he is like a buff dude. So guess we have to add some mass to the arms just for the silhouette. Unregistered Hyperbun 2. Yeah. So it's tough because a buff person is made of more triangles. My goodness, excuse me. Like, if you're more buff, if you have more curves, be it because you have like a snatched waist and big hips, or because you're a buff as shit, you're just a more complicated model. And I'll resent you for that. But yeah, buff people are kind of bubbly. That's how I always like interpreted it. You're bubbly. You're just like a line of bubbles. Mighty King video says, so how do I get feet? Just gotta fit. Whoa. Just gotta eat more Doritos. Get that try count up. Yeah, exactly. Raging Donut says, what modeler is this? Oh, this is Blender 3.5. I finally did the upgrade. And not a whole lot changed. I don't know what I was worried about. I know some people still use 2.79. And I don't want to be one of those people. I want to be able to... the appeal for me, for Blender, is the fact that it's open source and free, and you can install it. It's very lightweight program, and you can install it basically anywhere. I want to say I've mentioned this before, but the fact that it could sit on any computer in the world, sit down at any computer in the world, and if it has an internet connection, you could be in Blender in like 15 minutes. That's just a big appeal to me, and being stuck on an old version because I'm stubborn and don't want to learn new inputs, kind of destroys that entire appeal. So I bit the bullet. I updated, and it wasn't even that bad. So it just shows how powerful, how dangerous, I guess, spite can be. I know we always love hearing about like successful weaponized spite stories, but sometimes it is to your detriment. And sometimes you just gotta update. So you could use the new features. Like viewport denoising, which makes your image look fucking terrible. Burning Blood says sub Bunless, or however you wish to be referred to as Bunless or Lilith. Either work. I mean, I'm like presenting as Bunless right now because that's how VTubing works. But either works. Iron Wolf says, even if I'm gonna fill in some context here, even if upversioning makes half your work broken, I guess the question I have for you is all of your work currently ongoing, or are those projects finished and you have your renders or whatever? Because like there's the question of don't upversion like a game engine halfway through a project. A game engine project, takes years, and the end result is one big thing at the end of development. But if you're doing like 3D art in renders, you are pushing renders out multiple times throughout the art's life cycle, right? Like I've made renders with Bunless. Like the first renders Bunless or in an old version of Unreal and an old version of Blender. I can't, like, if I want to open those, I could open them in the current versions and they might be bad, but I could, that's stopping me from downloading the older version so I can open them again. That'll always be, that's just how time works, right? That's how archival works. That shouldn't be the reason why you are still in Blender 2.79. But context is important. That's only if you're working on a bunch of smaller renders, which is usually how it works for a bunch of games. But if you're working on a big game, or if you're working, a bunch of art, 3D art projects, but if you're working like a big art project, that's like, like a 30-minute to an hour long thing, and you probably shouldn't upversion in the middle of that. That's true. I would agree with you there. Anyways, I'm gonna stop procrastinating and make this guy more buff. Okay. So we once again have a discrepancy in the models, which seems to be still gonna use Photoshop 7 just for spite. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, if the software is worse in future versions, like Photoshop, then by all means. But yeah, okay, so there is a discrepancy here across sprites. One, just the boots are either above or below the knee, and also the poofiness of the pants are a huge discrepancy between all of this art. Like, these two look like they're leather pants. Like, these look like he's wearing leather pants. Sorry, let me move Bunless out of the way. They look like they're wearing leather pants, right? This very much looks like Skyward Sword poofy cloth pants. Dracula's husband says, first time catching you live, but I adore your outfits. Oh, thank you. Oh, we're talking about Funger lore? Yeah, so the question is, which one do we do? I just want to say that, okay. So I think the question is, what art are people most familiar with, right? The only one with above the knee boots is this one. And this is the enemy sprite, which most players will never see or only see once, if I'm not mistaken. These two, well, this one's irrelevant because there's no boots in it. These two you see all the time if you're playing as this character. Right, this is the back sprite when you're fighting. This is the overworld sprite. Both of these have below the knee boots and poofy pants. So I guess this one isn't really that poofy. There is a bit of a curve, so it does imply some poof, at least on the right leg. But they are both below the knee boots. This one almost looks like ankle boots. You know, like he's wearing some fucking docks here. But also over the knee boots with leather pants is the hottest shit. So now I don't know. I mean, if we're talking about authenticity, they also look leather here as well. Or if not leather, but like some sort of shiny, like silk or something. Oh, silk pants exist? Probably not. Probably not for this guy. Sweet static bun. I guess the middle ground would be on the knee boots. I don't think those exist. um, Skinny pants or poofy pants. I guess I just gotta make an executive decision here. Ugh, above the knee boots are so hot though. I guess we can do above the knee that are slightly poofy. I think that would be good. I think that is what I would want. Yeah, I think I'm gonna third option, no boots, bunless slippers. Okay, bunless slippers would be cute. We need to make those real. Does anyone have a hookup for funny cartoon character slippers? Wait, what? Attack on Titan boots are on the knee? Hold on. On the knee boots exist. On Attack on Titan character. No fucking way. No, these are below the knee. These are below the knee with like a stupid little poofy cuff that goes above the knee. These are below the knee boots. Oh, Jesus Christ. Also, isn't this shit like... Isn't Attack on Titan like fucking super problematic? Yeah, they're below the knee. They just have a little cuff thing. Don't you spread misinformation. Okay. Um yeah, so I do okay, so let's do above the knee with poofy pants. So it would probably be right above the knee. We'll probably have to add another cut here. I do want to add some volume. We could just texture the cuffs. But I do want, because you know the silhouette is very important and it's very difficult to define for a low poly character because the silhouette is next to impossible to define with a texture, no matter how detailed it is. You really need polygons for the silhouette. So I'm willing to, this is adding a lot of triangles to the character, but they're going to be pretty low poly already. They don't really have any big silhouette defining things that require a lot of polygons outside of the, you know, the coattails and, or whatever the fuck this is. And, yeah, the cuffs. And I guess for consistency's sake, we should probably add cuffs to the gloves as well. We're talking about Attack on Titan being fascist propaganda in chat. We'd love to see it. I have not seen it. So I couldn't tell you. But I was on the assumption based on what people tell me that it was kind of fashy. and I'm not for that. So why would I watch it? I should probably move this cut down, just center it. I'm not missing much, says Static Bun. Yeah, that was kind of, I don't know. This is not something I'm proud of, but I tend to miss a lot of really popular shows. And then like the popular show that I end up missing ends up being like bad or problematic in some way, and everyone's like, "Oh, I can't believe I watched that. I regret watching that." And I'm just like, "Oh no." Wait, everyone was telling me that I had to watch this show for years, and then all of a sudden it's bad. And then everyone regrets watching it. I remember same thing with Game of Thrones as well. I never watched Game of Thrones, and I was like, "You gotta watch Game of Thrones." And then yeah, Game of Thrones ended up ending terribly or something. I don't know. And Lost was one back in the day, which I mean we could talk, we could argue, or not argue, but debate, talk about the quality of these shows, but the consensus was very genuinely, this is the best shit ever. And then it switches over to like, oh god, that ending was terrible. Why did I watch that? Do a 360 and walk away. This did a complete 360 and walked away. Yeah, exactly. Dazzling Flash says, off topic. If you were to get a draw over of Bunless over one of your IRL pictures, which one would you? Bleh, let me try that again. If you were to get a draw over of Bunless over one of your IRL pictures, which one would you choose? Probably one of my beach ones. Those are always my favorite picks. Is low poly modeling easier to learn than high poly modeling? Uh, depends on who you ask. And there's also the misconception, I guess would be the phrase, that this guy's kind of buff. We need to give him pecs. Well, I want to say yes. Low poly modeling is easier, but it is not easy, and it's probably not, and it's not like proportionally easy, right? Let's say this character's a thousand triangles, um, and or let's say a character you want to make is 1,000 triangles. That wouldn't be 10 times easier than a character that's 10,000 triangles, right? It's not. It will be a little bit easier, but don't expect it to be easy mode, if that makes sense. And it depends on how you define easy. It's kind of hard because, like, with low poly, it depends on your art style, right? Like here's an example. I have an example ready to go. If I have it in my shortcuts folder, I think I brought this up before, but I just don't have a render of it. I brought this up in a previous stream, but basically, oh, this is the reference. We don't need this. This is a model scan. Where is this one? Here we go. Go away. Basically, these are the model on the left is easier than the model on the right, primarily because the details in the texture. Right? This character is technically higher poly. This is 1555 and this is 1296. Because it's like a boss character. I would interpret as, or like a hero asset, right? Um, I styled it after the Final Fantasy VII boss characters, which are usually like 5 times higher poly than like a regular character. So yeah, left is easier than right. So it's really a difficult question to answer solidly. But anyways, I digress. I've barely done any work on this character, and it's been 25 minutes now. So let us jump straight into um unwrapping this character. I think we're done. So the higher your polygons, the more evil you are, says Teddy Claire. Yeah, I would say so. Just based on that slightly poopy, right? Slightly poopy. Based on the kind of the assumption that most enemies are bigger than the player, because that's just how gameplay works, at least from a third person perspective. Oh, excuse me. So that usually, would come with the implication that it would be more polygons. Okay, so let's apply our materials. Each character has usually 4 materials on average. We have the head hands. Those are combined into one because this material has a bigger pixel density than the body. And basically, the head and the hands need the higher resolution. That's why they're grouped together. I know that sounds a bit weird at the start. And then we have the mouth, which is its own dedicated texture that we swap out, like you're seeing on the Bunless model right now. Um, and then we have, excuse me, and then we have the body, which is, pretty self explanatory. And then last but not least, we have the hair, which you don't have yet. I don't usually do, I guess we can work on the hair model. Yeah, let's work on the hair model now, but let's assign all of these to the correct triangles. So we're going to apply basically everything here above the neckline as head hands. And then we're going to do the mouth, which is just, the triangles where the mouth should be. And then body is everything except for the head. Oops. Deselect. Oh, whoops. Yeah, it's basically everything except for the head, which the mouth is obviously a part of. Right, so we should be good now. Body, mouth, and head hands. Bunleth is asking what. Sorry. Burning Blood is asking me, Bunleth, what Funker models have I done so far. I've done Enki and Dark. I believe that's the pronunciations. One question: does your character uses swap UV textures for face, or just planes that saw position? I'm not really sure what you mean, but I can explain. For VC face, well, they're being swapped out with different textures. I find that more scalable than doing a UV offset, a atlas, because that means I can add and change the number of mouths without having to update and map a texture atlas every single time I do it. I can just draw more mouths and they can be dropped in. It's more scalable that way. Even if the atlas approach is probably more efficient, I don't think, in my personal opinion, and it's my model and my art style, so that's the most important opinion. I do not believe the save on overhead is not worth the hassle of having to redo a texture atlas every time I want to change a mouth. Burning Blood is saying that I'm pronouncing dark wrong. I'm just pronouncing it the way everyone in chat told me to pronounce it when I first started streaming that character. So, I guess I will continue to do so. Because I said Darce, and everyone was like, "That's wrong," and I was like, "Okay, Dark it is." And now you're telling me that Dark is wrong. It should be Darce. Oh, chat. Oh, chat. Oh, we were gonna give him a little bit of. We're gonna give him some pecs, I guess. I'm not sure. I think that would just be the texture. Okay, yeah. Let's not dilly dally too much on the mesh. And once again, I say this every time, but just to be clear again, 4096. The 4096 color grid has a bunch of white squares that consists of, I think, 64? Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 16, 32 pixels. These white squares are basically in this 4096 texture. It is 128 by 128 of these white squares, which is our texture size. Which basically means we can clearly see our pixel density, right? You can see these white squares. This would be 1 pixel and 128 by 128. So that's why I unwrap at 4096, for anyone curious. But yeah, let us just drop a seam here. That's a pretty natural place to put a seam, so I feel like we're in luck. And it looks like we already have some seams down from my character canvas. So let us just go ahead and unwrap this. Actually, hold on. This is like unwrapped incorrectly, so it's all pinned. Here we go. So we have our unwrap here, and I'm going to do my best to straighten it out. I've got a lot of chat. Dazzling flashes give the man some milkers. No fucking way. That would become an off model. Heat from fire. Fire from heat. It is early. I do have like the early girl like low voice. I don't even know what you would call that. The like groggy voice. And that's the most dysphoric part. Is when you just wake up and you're like, hi, I just woke up. And you just sound like a fucking zombie. I know it's like normal. You know, it's just how people sound in the morning. But my goodness, it is hell when you're pitch training. Is painting on a model in 256 by 256 a valid way of texturing instead of UV unwrapping, says MT Boss. Well, you can't texture a model until you unwrap it. I'm not... Do you mean like an auto unwrap? I mean, like any way is valid. There's no invalid way to make art. I know 3D art's more technical because there's math involved, but yeah, there's no wrong way to make art. There's also a pretty... Okay, I do like these cuffs because they create very obvious seams in the model, which is always great because it makes unwrapping easier. So the leg is now cut up into 3 pieces, which will be easier to unwrap. The more seams, the less stretching, basically. And we don't want stretching. But of course, that does create seams in the texture, which are ugly and we don't like in this example. So putting the seams down where there are natural seams in the model is a great benefit for us because there's already a natural seam there, so it wouldn't look out of place. And these cuffs are the perfect place to drop seams. And I do unwrap my meshes square, just so we don't get skewed pixels. Well, we are doing a low poly, low pixel art style, and we don't want diamond pixels, right? We don't want it looking like this. This looks bad. I mean, like I'm sure you can make an art style that looks good with diamond pixels. I'm not saying diamond pixels by themselves are bad. But for this art style that we're doing, we don't want diamond pixels. We want the pixels to be, upright relative to the limb. So that's why I unwrap them square. Because, there is deforming here. Because this isn't a uniform cylinder, it starts thick. Or it starts medium, gets thicker, and then gets thinner. Right? But I do unwrap them straight because I do think skewed UVs is worth it if we get square textures. Once again, just my opinion. I think that leads to a better looking model in this specific art style. Unwrap the pants. But the reason why I like seeing the pixels is I can easily look at the pixel density, right? These pixels are bigger than these pixels, which means we have a bad pixel density. It doesn't have to be perfect, but it does need to be, I just eyeball it, right? And that's all we need to worry about for now. This does look... There we go. There we go. Okay, and then let's unwrap this. The Quiet Mage says, hello. Hello, how are you doing? All right, let's jump into the how do we correctly pronounce this character conversation that's going on in chat. It's Jeanne d'Arc as Joan of Arc, maybe? Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Hello, all the new chats. We're having a ball of a time in chat. Hello, new chatters. Hopefully we're all having a good time. I'm trying my best to keep up with chat, but y'all are so talkative today. And that's a good thing. It's a good thing that I can't fully keep up with y'all. But I'm sorry if I'm missing questions. I'm gonna... Hold on, let me align this. See, what's great when I'm doing like code in Unreal Engine is I can just read the chat while I'm compiling, but there's no real equivalent when doing 3D art. It's just art, and you never get a forced break because Unreal Engine's compiling or something. Modeling hair is absolute hell. It absolutely is. I've yet to meet a person who disagrees. Okay, what the hell is going on here? Why are you doing that? I guess I can just throw you in manually. Very strange. I don't think I have any gaps in my mesh. And there's no seam here either. I'm not sure why I did that. It doesn't matter. Alright, when are you gonna get a render stream of the worst joint ever rolled? I've already made one. Like forever ago. Where have you been? Hold on. This is my first second? This is my first static render of Bunless. Hold on, let me see if I have it on hand. Here. There it is. Worst joint ever made. She's holding it right there. Where have you been? Yeah. Oh gosh, I haven't depicted Bunless with a joint or high in a while. Ever since Weed Day. Ever since 420. That was 4 months ago. My goodness. I need to get back on that. A bomb biwa? Bongleth? Bunless doesn't smoke bong. She smokes joints. Because joints look cooler. That's the only reason. I can flick open a Zippo and light it and look all cool. It's all for the aesthetic. You must understand. That doesn't look good. This lines up. They get a bit diagonal here, which is fine. For like down here, we want the pixels to be square against the bottom of the coat, but we do need it to line up with the pixels on the waist here. At least a little bit more than we had. That's good enough. Again, we'll fix it. Dubious doobie. Would you rather smoke a bong-sized joint or a joint-sized bong? A bong-sized joint would be really funny. I've smoked joint-sized bongs. They have tiny bongs. They exist. Nothing big to write home about. A bong-sized joint, on the other hand, now we get somewhere. That's the meme, right? There's like a little guy with a giant bong in his mouth. Or a giant joint in his mouth. Right? So to answer your question, bong-sized joint. Wonder Wookie says, I haven't smoked weed in years. I just munched some edible these days. Gotcha. Yeah, those are like, that's like, you know, I'm like, clearly, obviously I'm not judging anyone. Oh, wait, hold on. Head hands. I would do this every time. Head hands. The hands need to be applied to head hands. There we go. I swear to God, I do this every time. Or, sorry. Yeah, I do this every time. It's so annoying. But yeah, to get back on topic. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with it. You know, I'm not judging anyone. This is just me. I like smoking joints because they're aesthetic. Basically, the only reason I do anything is for aesthetic. These days. You know, local game dev, local gamer trans girl does things just to look cool and no other reason. Call the papers. There we go. Does a kickflip while smoking a bong in a crazy camera angle. It's for the aesthetic. I mean, for reals out. Ralsei smoking the blunt meme. Exactly. Is that the character that started it? Is that Ralsei? Railsy? Whatever. That, you know what character I'm talking about. Yeah, exactly. That one. Someone made a version of that with Bunless. It was very cute. I wish I saved it. It was a long time ago. I'm probably not gonna be able to find it now. What if it's a regular joint and just a really small dude? I mean, that's a good question. I mean, I feel like we all, or I can only speak for myself, but I always interpret low poly or like sprite characters as like small, like canonically. Like when I think of Link from Ocarina of Time in the real world, like if I think of Link from Ocarina of Time, like unmodified, just as a low poly character, like his physical model in the real world, I imagine it as a tiny, as like a, you know, like an action figure size. I don't imagine a giant human child sized low poly Link. That's how I visualize it. He's small. Right? And same with like sprite characters, like Undertale characters, like they're small. Or like Among Us. Among Us are like 6 inches tall. Like that's just how I interpret that. Because they're on a small screen. VR characters I usually visualize as bigger. You know, like the characters in Deracine. I mean, it's tough. It's tough. But I always just interpret them as small. Teddy Claire's asking, I always wondered, since you originally had people vote to give you a Fursona, was this something that you were into before, or did it start ironically and then you found you enjoyed it? That was also a bit. Basically, I was like, so at 69K, my milestone at 69 followers on Twitter was reveal my Fursona. I made that milestone because I knew, like, I was, to use queer terms, I don't know if this is problematic or not, but to use queer terms, I was a closeted furry, I guess, and it was difficult to get past the stigma of being a furry and just being a furry. So when I had like a smaller number of followers, but I knew that 69K, I had enough of a following to know that 69K was probably going to happen years in the future or months. I forget how long ago. I made that knowing that in the future I would be forced to come out in air quotes. Like, not like seriously, I wasn't like fearing for my life, which is why I say it might not be a good example. But, you know, it was cringe. I had to do something cringe, which is something I didn't have a full grasp on, right? If you're cringe, you know, I'm cringe when I'm free. I didn't have a full grasp on that yet. And then while I was getting closer to 69K, so I'm telling the story, so I might miss some comments while I'm telling this. While I was getting closer to 69K, I was like, oh no, I need to figure this out. And of course, you know, the main question is, is my Fursona a animal that's a predator or a prey animal, right? I feel like that's kind of the main question for a lot of people wanting to be, you know, trying to decide on a species. So I landed on cat, right? I was a cat girl. It's, you know, it's a stereotype. It's a stereotype for a reason. It's a cat girl. I'll be a cat. And like, you know, if you look at early renderings of, it's kind of hard to imagine now, but if you look at pre-Bunless human PSX Lilith, you can look at her and be like, yeah, she has cat girl energy. So yeah, I was like cat, and then I was like, okay, I'll get started on cat. And my roommates, because they were like my close friends who I was talking to this about, because my Fursona reveal was a surprise, so I was doing this in secret. And they're like, no, you should be a bunny. And I was like, no, bunny's a prey animal. and I was like, no fucking way. Never in a billion years would I be a fucking bunny. That's no fucking way. That's so dumb. No fucking way would I be a bunny. And they were like, do it. And I was like, no. And I like played along. Because, you know, being funny is more important than being right. In, you know, when you're having a fake argument with your friends. And or online. Like when it's over something stupid like what should my Fursona species be, right? And being funny is more important than being right. Being right, buddy, Val. Exactly. So I was like, I'm not a bunny, and then I stomped my foot. Yeah, like you know, and then they all found that really funny and amusing because, you know, I like making people laugh, right? That's you know, we're having a good time here. And that just became a thing. Me saying I'm not a bunny and stamping my foot in anger as a bit, right? And that leaked onto the timeline where people were like, you should be a bunny. And I was like, I remember I made a tweet. I wonder if I could find it. Let me see if I'm going to do a quick Google search. Or a quick Twitter search. This one, which is aged beautifully. But it's, I appreciate the Lilith furry species guesses. But bunny, really? I made this tweet knowing that it would get a rise out of people. And I guess the secret's out now, so this is all a play. Which of course, excuse me, which of course made everyone bully me, right? They're like, no, you're a bunny now. Which, you know, and I was like, no, I'm not a bunny, I'm a predator, you know. And that kept people very entertained. And then of course, I'll have to do another search. And then of course we did the Fursona tournament, the Fursonia tournament, with Reagan at the bottom because that was the joke You know, remember Reagan sweep? This happened during Reagan sweep, so there was Reagan down there. Reagan got pretty high, actually. But yeah, this was, yeah. Reagan got Reagan got pretty far, but of course, Bunny won because I planted the seed with that previous tweet, and then of course, oh, YouTube, come on, that turned into this. Right, I guess I'll just play the whole video. Which was a fun time. Turn the audio down for me. This was such a fun animation with all the shader work and the belts. I'm really proud of the belts, having them come in like that. The goggles. This was such a fun project. And that was my debut. And that got a shitload of views. And then I made this render, which now has text on it. So you understand. And it says, "Go ahead, bully me, I'll turn it into clout." Which I'm pretty proud of. There we go. That's the Bunless origin for everyone asking, or for people who are curious. Okay, is that everything unwrapped? The feet were unwrapped already, but not touched. Yes, empty boss, the shader. I don't have Unreal Engine open, or else I think I still have the shader in the project file. But yeah, that's the story. That's the Bunless story. And now, yeah, and then, you know, did the makeshift thing, got the plushie, made some memes which made gamers really mad, and plastered her face all over the internet. So now everyone knows who Bunless is because gamers got angry. And that's basically the long and short of it. I do have blue hair and pronouns. I guess teal. Depends on how you interpret it. I can forgive being trans, but furry? Yeah, exactly. Okay, I think we're good. I think this is good. Let me see. I think pixel density everywhere is decent enough. I always forget the neck. Always forget the neck. But that also looks pretty... Okay, let's... Hold on, let me square these out. Cool. Gamers got Streisanded. They sure did. Get Streisanded, fucker. Get Streisanded, idiot. Dan Brixton says, "I remember when he first uploaded that video, the Sailor Moon video. It broke containment, and a friend of mine who didn't know who you were sent it to me. Fascinating." Yeah, I want to say, yeah, I think that was around the point where, like, my silly PSX Sona, I guess, broke containment. It's very weird. Very weird to be a niche internet micro celebrity. I finally did it. Yay. Now all I get is endless hate campaigns because gamers don't like that I exist, and I'm happy. Oh well. Just part of the biz. They need to learn to cope. I mean, I guess that's where cope came from. No, cope came from, I mean, if we're talking about Lilith lore, which I don't want to do the whole stream, but cope came from a very weird person on the internet. Does anyone remember the cope story? Does anyone know the cope origin story? What is this? Hello, what are you? The butt? Oh, that's the butt. We're actually going to delete the butt because the butt isn't visible. So there's no reason for the butt to exist. Goodbye, butt. You are gone now. Ninja says, live your life away that makes other people angry simply because you exist and are happy. Wasn't it like an average transphobe saying they preferred when you weren't political? Yeah, so the Cope story, they took my negative ass. Can someone clip that? Sorry, the ass vine boom. God, I'm enjoying this fucking vine boom. Yeah, so the Cope story was, I think I saved it because it's just such a memorable moment. Did I save it? Did I save it? Marketing. Copium. Okay, I'm not going to share all of them because there is a lot of transphobia, but basically this person, Wes, not that Wes, a different Wes, was just someone going through all my videos and being like, wow, this is cool. This is really cool. And then they came across my stream archive. And let me see if I can... Hold on. I'm going to BRB for a sec, just so I could get this up and not show flash transphobia on the screen. But yeah, he said, this is a comment on my first dev stream archive, back when I did dev streams before I became a VTuber, and I was just on camera. And they're like, why are people who do cool things always so weird? No female would ever take this much interest in a video game. And then they said, did I save the first? I don't have the whole thing, but basically I replied with, there's no female. There's one specific part where they were like, this is perfect. You know, this Bloodborne demake is perfect in every way, except for one glaring caveat. You made the playable character female. Why? Why did you make the playable character female? Some dudes don't like prancing around as a female in our games. That's what he said. Very fucking funny. I find that very funny. One, because you can select what gender you are in Bloodborne, so I don't know what the fuck. I guess that person has not played Bloodborne before? Like, I don't get it. And then I responded. Let me see. I think I have a screenshot of my response at least. Do I have it saved? I swear to God. Here. I responded with this. And then he went on his transphobic tirade, which I'm not going to share, but I am going to share the end, which is just him going on every single video of my channel and saying cope. Every single one. He eventually goes into all caps, which is really funny. And then he deleted his account. And that is the funniest shit that has ever happened to me. That is the funniest. That is so fucking just. Anyways, that's where cope comes from. Bunless saying cope. That's because of Wes Copeman, who he is now referred to as. That is just the funniest shit. There's a lot of empty space in this unwrap. But I can't really make it bigger, because I can't make this bigger unless I do diagonal, which is not going to happen. But yeah, that is... He attempted to flashbang me with my own meme. Yeah. That's where cope comes from, though. I'm sure you've seen Bunless saying cope. I'm sure. But there's a lot of Bunless saying cope out in there. In the wild, and that's why. It's because of Wes Copeman. Yeah, there's so much empty space here. Let me... Let's try a different approach. The Bunless Cope video, yeah, it eventually turned into me making an animation of Bunless saying Cope, based off of a Sonic. I think it's a Sonic. What the fuck are those called? A bridge series? Excuse me. From a Sonic anime, the OVA, I believe. I don't have the details off the top of my head. But yeah. That's where Cope comes from. I didn't expect this to be a Lilith lore stream. But here we are. The real-time phantoms, I think it's from the OVA. I believe so. MP space for the super high-res butt. The butt doesn't exist anymore. I already told you. We can't pack them too close together or else the pixels will bleed into each other. So it does need to have, we do need to have some space. Raging Donut says, how long did it take for you to get so damn cool that random losers flock and to die at your cope? Couldn't tell you. It was a gradual slope, I guess. I mean, I wouldn't say cool. They just don't like seeing a woman with clout being trans and happy. And cringe. That's the important part, right? I am cringe. Get this a little bit smaller. We'll lose a tiny bit of detail, but it will fit. That's the important part, making it fit. You want it to be so big that does it fit, you know what I mean? The cope slope. Exactly, on ninjas. Excuse me. Okay, I've woken up a little bit. It's like 11:30 now. In my time. In Bunless time. Okay, also, I do tend to make the bottom of the foot smaller. Because that's just a detail that you almost never see. But not too small that it would look weird if you do see it. There's just not a lot of detail on the foot. It's mostly just like the grooves, right? This is... Yeah, this is the back of the foot. Just gotta really pack these in, you know? Space there, view up, which means you can move view up, which still doesn't give us enough space. And I might shift this over just a little bit, just so we can get this in. Just so we can free this. Also, let us rotate this a tiny bit. I think these are packed too close together, but we will deal with that problem if it arises. These should probably also be horizontal, like that, I want to say. Okay. Are we talking about everyone being bisexual in chat in Funger? Okay, well, I guess we didn't ended up needing this extra space down here, so let's... Oh, wait. Here we go. That was the secret. Just move it down, and now we have space. So I'll make you bigger. And... I mean, yeah, we do have a strip here, which we could... I am okay with like a one empty spot, because that means we can add detail. We can add polygons later in development, which I usually do anyways. Like, oh, it'd be better if like the back of his armor, or whatever this is, had like a lip to it. As an example, probably not, but and probably not that example, but we might need some more detail later. But yeah, here we go. Here's our unwrap. Probably packed too tightly, like I said, but we'll get there when we get there. So now it's actually 128 by 128. We're going to open up Photoshop. We're going to export this in the texture file. How do I spell this character's name? Kahara? Kahara? I'm assuming that's how it's spelled. I don't know. I feel like I've mispronounced every single one of these characters so far. Kahara, right? And here we go. So we're just going to paint over this. So heat from fire, fire from heat. Where's my references? And of course, with Funger. I feel like every art depiction has different colors, which is always fun. So we're gonna need to find a compromise, right? Like he's like pink here, yellow here, pretty monochrome here in terms of lighting, and yellow here. I kind of like to go with the yellow. I'm not sure though. It's a bit difficult. The lighting's different in all of them. What is the heat from fire? It's a voice training, a pitch training phrase. Heat from fire, fire from heat. Hello everyone, I'm working on my pitch. And streaming is significantly helping with that. Who would have thought? So I guess once again we do a compromise. I don't really like doing compromises, but I guess with colors, I don't know. You just pick one. Yeah, I can just like look at how different that is. Like that is so different. So I guess we just go like this, 50% it, and here's our color. Right? That's too pink though. Like I kind of want it orangey. Like he feels so orangey. Okay. So we're gonna just drop the skin tone. And then the body is like this nice, like earthy orange. This is just to get base colors down. We're not worrying too much about details right now. Yeah, that looks good. One thing I like about commissions is that it forces you to design or model things or create art for characters that you never would have designed. I think that is a really good way to flex your muscles, right? Not bad design, although I guess you are, I mean, once again, art is subjective, but you know, art that you would never make and you think is bad, you might be asked to make that. And you know, you have to, you're being paid for it. And you learn a lot from that, you know? Or in the case of like Fear and Hunger character designs, these aren't characters I wouldn't design myself. These aren't characters I would design myself. But I am modeling them and I'm learning a lot and texturing. No, I kind of like that. I've learned a lot from commissions. My art has gotten significantly better since I started doing commissions. All right, poofy pants. I believe poofy pants are. Where are my poofy pants? Wait, where are my poofy pants? Wait, where are my poofy pants? Oh, they're up here. Okay, cool. I was like, did I forget a UV island? Did you have to unwrap this all over again because I forgot one? Complete global saturation. Burning Blood says the S ending for Kahara has the highest quality image, but it's also nudity. Okay, well, I won't look that one up on stream. Teddy Claris has got to go. All right, see you later. Oh, cat hopped up on my lap. Hello, kitty. Hello, kitty. All right, and then we got the pants, and then we got the gloves and the boots, which are these are the gloves. Kitty. I wish you can hear the kitty, but I think RTX voice scrubs the kitty sounds out. And the oops, and I believe these are the boots. I guess we'll find out soon enough. Boots, hands, gloves. Okay, cool. Aren't you a kitty? Did you know that you're a kitty? Did you know that? It's true, you are. You're making biscuits in my lap. Ow! Those biscuits hurt. We do need a kitty cam, it's true, we do. We need a kitty cam. I'll need to set up a second camera. I don't have one. You can hear the kitty? Oh, thank goodness. Hold on. You want to meow for the microphone? Yeah. Yeah. She's very scrungly. She meows like she's been smoking her whole life. Gadwork says, "Morning, bunny. Your model is cute. Thank you. Glad you think so." All right, so we got all these. We need to do the wait. No, the boots also include the feet. Obviously, I'm so silly. So that's this bottom of the foot. Got the boots, or like the actual foot part. Ooh, let me put a kitty in my lap. 1 second. So she is a Chantilly. Is that how you spell it? She's a black Chantilly cat. Probably not purebred, but very much she looks like this. So which one of these would be easy to knock the background out of? Probably this one. Hello, kitty. Ugh. Chantilly's with their wispy fur, making it so hard to cut the background. out of. Or type of transparent. Will that work? Will that work? Will that work? Wow. Coming in clutch. That's a drawing. I don't want to use someone's drawing. That feels like theft. Hmm. No, that's too wise. Luna isn't that wise. I do think this is the best image that represents Luna. Alright. Alright. Yes, Kitty, I know. We're trying to Photoshop you into my VTuber. Yes, I know. You know what? That's probably good enough. I don't know how to remove the grass in the foreground. We could try the content aware. Yeah, let's try content aware. I probably should have done it first. But whatever. Ah, kitty! Owie! Don't do that! Yes, kitty, I love you too. Then we do a stroke, and that'll show us all the rogue pixels. There they are. Turn the stroke off. Crop ya. Excuse me. Bambiwa. Ugh. Boom. Now Luna's in my lap. Okay, anyways. Let's get back to work. What's next? Upper arms are exposed. Oh, there's a kitty on my lap. Isn't that right? Isn't that right, Luna? Isn't that right? No, you're not gonna eat this time? Oh, you're so scrunkly. You're so adorable. Okay. So let's go ahead and... Okay. Oh, did I clip the audio back there? My bad, my bad. Okay, and then the cuffs are just like a lighter color. Okay, and then our first non-islands detail will be like here, I want to say. Like the pants go up a little bit higher, and then the coat, or whatever you want to call it, drops underneath. Oh my goodness. Hold on, we turned filtering off. And then, yeah, that's kind of what it looks like. Not exactly, but a good start. What's happening here? Its coattails, obviously the same color of orangey brown. And there we go. Let me just drop this in. There we go. Pretty good. Pretty good. This looks correct. And once again, yeah, we're running into the problem where the pixels are bleeding into each other, as you can see here. So we do need to alter our unwraps a tiny bit. Worth it, though, I would say. Cool. Burning Blood's asking if I'll only be doing the main 4 party members. Yes, that's correct. What material is Kahara wearing on thighs and forearms? I'm probably gonna say shiny leather. They look like leather pants, for sure. Ironically, unwrapping for lower poly requires a little more attention to detail than high poly. Yes, because each pixel counts. Yeah. This is the girl who made the become sex video. Yeah, that's me. I didn't make. I mean, you know, I made a Bunless version of it, but I didn't make it. The main one. That looks about right. Pocket cat is our favorite horrible monster. She's not a pocket cat. She's a regular sized cat. I'm doing pretty good shape. A bit eepy still. I started streaming pretty early because I want to get this character out the door as soon as possible. Because it is the 17th and I have to finish this, one more character, and they all need an animation. So I have a lot of work on my plate, and we're halfway through the month. And we just started character 3 of 4. So, you know, we are, I guess, on track, but we are very on track. It'll be very tight. So I really don't want to fall behind, which I usually do every month. So I don't want this to sneak up on me, I guess is what I'm saying. What's going on here? Oh, there's an overlap here. Okay. Oh, Pocket Cat is a character from Fear and Hunger, not Luna the Chantilly, who's currently on my lap. Raging Donut says there's a hard deadline. There is. For me. I get paid. Oh no, the cat jumped off my lap. Goodbye. It's a hard deadline because I do 4 characters a month, that gets me X amount of dollars, and that covers with my Patreon and merch that barely covers rent. Excuse me. So basically, if there's a hard deadline, because if I don't follow that deadline, I fall behind, I will starve. And I don't want that. So yes, very hard deadline. Rain or shine, these are getting finished at the end of the month. God, I love being an indie artist. Always one missed deadline away from starving. It's harrowing, I gotta say. Sorry, I'm being too real on main right now. Okay. I don't regret being an indie artist, though. It is scary, I guess. The consequences being more close than ever. But I am happy doing this for a living. Despite everything. Which I guess is why all the gamers are so upset. But let's stop getting a bit too mushy here and let us continue. He has a, like, rope around his waist. Or is that a belt? I think it's just like a sash. But it's not this. It's right above it. It's just like a band. I don't think there's ever any... I don't think it's a belt. I think it's just... like, I think it's cloth. So, let me just grab a color pick of that. Off-white. And, it's 2 pixels tall. Let's angle it downward a little bit. Eva says, capitalism sucks, but I'm glad you're surviving it in a way you vibe with. Yeah. Look, I'd be much happier if there wasn't a threat of death, of starvation, hovering over me. But I guess that's true for all of us. There's always that threat. That's how they force us to work, right? You lose your golden handcuffs. Or not even, you lose your copper handcuffs, and then you get homeless and you starve. Right? That is a legal way for the state to kill us. Is homelessness. That's why they're so against housing as a human right, as a concept. Because it defangs capitalism. And its threat of homelessness. And starvation and death. Is it his belly showing? Not a possum is suggesting. I think you're right. No, I think you're right. I think that's his belly showing. It's not a belt. No, you're totally right. This is armor. This is armor, and this is a sash underneath that's the same exact color, but a different material. You can see his pants here, and that's belly. You're so right. Let's fix this. We can confirm this because it's the same pink color here, but in here it's orange because it's a skin tone. It's tummy. You're so right. This is so tummy. Tussie says, nice name, by the way. Yeah, I lost 2 jobs last year, went on 4 months without a paycheck, and as privileged of a boy I am, started to see how the system is made to royally fuck over you if you slip up. Yep, exactly. Yeah, I've had a few close calls. And, like, I'm not going to say I'm privileged, but I'm definitely not, like, on the lowest rung, I guess. And yeah, it was really tough there for a few months. not knowing how the hell what you're gonna eat, you know, salted rice. God, no, it was when Chainsaw Man came out. Um, I was at my lowest, eating salted rice, and great poverty food, by the way. Not healthy, but I fuck with it. Seasoned rice. And I remember I was watching Chainsaw Man, and that first episode where he's like, "I guess we're having a slice of bread tonight." I had to turn it off. I couldn't watch it. It was too real. Um, that really hit me, like in a way that I couldn't, I guess, cope with. Like that was too real for me. I had to turn it off. I know. I remember because I was sitting there with my bowl of salted rice, watching this show where he is so poor. He's sharing a slice of bread between him and his dog, whatever the fuck that is, his little chainsaw dog. Ponchita, I think is the character's name. Um, yeah, that was tough. That was really tough. That was really tough. Okay. I don't want to get too real in chat. This is ostensibly a 3D modeling stream. Salted rice, hot dogs, and mac and cheese, and ramen. Yep. I can only eat. I'm a vegan, which limits my options to salted rice and one specific brand of ramen I could find in my local supermarket. My friend gives me the cheese and pepper packets come with pizza he gets, so I can use those to season rice. Yeah. It's, I mean, if anything, I learned the power of seasoning the hard way. Yeah, Baffo, poverty food can be limiting for vegans. Not always. There are options. As a vegan, I find that there's always at least one option um in any situation, which is that's something you're gonna have to learn to live with if you do go vegan. Is to just be less picky. But there are good alternatives. I do have to. There are, like on tight money days, I have to give up. Like when I go shopping, I have to budget out the proteins, specifically the fake meat, the Beyond Meat, Impossible Meat. My favorite of the fake meat of the vegan meat brands, the vegan meat alternative brands, would be Field Roast. I adore Field Roast. They have the greatest sausages, and they have a lot of the Thanksgiving, for lack of a better term, like the Thanksgiving meats, like the roasts, right? They have some pretty good roast alternatives, which I really like. I brought one to a Thanksgiving get together once, a Friendsgiving, I guess, and everyone really liked it. So yeah, Field Roast, that's my favorite. I don't know if that's technically Impossible Meat or Beyond Meat or the secret third thing, but I like Field Roast as a brand. Good one. But yeah, I have to definitely. Field Roast is definitely expensive. I don't know if it's more or less expensive than regular meat. Meat itself is expensive when compared to like rice and beans, which is my go-to poverty food with veggies on top. But I do have to, on grocery shopping days, I do have to give up Field Roast if money is tight. I haven't had to do that in a while though. Luckily, commissions and Patreon has been enough for me to live not comfortably, but like semi comfortably. I'm not in crisis anymore. Which I have to. I'm just going to stop for a second and just thank everyone here, all of you, so much for letting me do this, because it's all of you who are helping with that, because I'm, funded based on my art and my Patreon, and I just want to thank you all for that. And yeah, I'm just very thankful. Like, I'm definitely, I don't want to say worse off, but like, in terms of money coming in, it is less than like industry, but the fact that it's possible just because of all of you just makes me very thankful. And I just wanted to set aside oh my god, still in the closet, just donated 1,000, cheered 1,000 bits. Thank you, underlining my point. But thank you. With this and Patreon merch, it's been enough, and it's not a lot. It's not, but it is enough to live off of, and I'm not in crisis mode anymore. I was at the start when I transitioned between when I got laid off, and then I went indie, and our funding got cut, which is pretty common for indie. Indie is more risky. And then I just decided to go all in on commissions and started a Patreon, and I had to live off of that, and it was slow. It was slow going at the start. Not for demands, like my slots got filled, but supply, I couldn't make them fast enough, and that was really hard. But I got past it. Raging Donuts just cheered 1,000 bits. Thank you so much. This was not supposed to be a call for donations. I just wanted to thank y'all for the support, Thank you for the bits. Rose Sales Productions. There's another trans femme developer here. Keep up the good work. Thank you. Raging Donuts. I didn't read the text, but it said, I adore you. Keep on keeping on. Thank you. Okay, let's get back to work. Fuck. Raging Donuts just gifted 10 tier 1 subs to Finalia, Sergia, Zombie Nia, Valerie Valkyrie, Ninjas, Danny Says No, Lazy Ava, Ghoulie Gronk, Songox, and Anthony Panics. Thank you so much. That means a lot to me. Sorry, I don't mean to I don't want to sound like I'm just putting on a weep performance for money. I don't know. It just means a lot. Oh my goodness. That's too far back. But yeah, back to the character. Ranging Donut says, "Shut up and take my money." I will. I gotta. Thank you. But yeah, this is armor. He does have a bit of a waist on him. I think I've oversteered a little bit. He does have a bit of a waist on him. Baphomet says, hold on. Ninjas is asking what subscriptions do. Baphomet says gives you access to emotes. Some streamers have it set so if you don't get ads if you are subs. Where do I turn that on? I've been trying my best to turn subs off. I didn't think Twitch allowed that, but if you can turn it off for subs, then I would absolutely want to do that. Use a cat just sub with Prime. Thank you so much. In your affiliate area? Let me check real quick off screen. I'm not going to spend too much time trying to figure this out, but let me see if I can find it. Oh, excuse me. Sorry, a bit, still a bit. Oh, okay. In the affiliate section, I don't see an affiliate section. Here it is. Allow subscribers to watch your content ad-free. Okay, that is turned on already. Okay, so we're good then. Someone in the closet subscribed to tier 1. Thank you so much. And Eva Coates just donated 100 bits. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Me getting emotional with the fucking Kahara stream. The Kahara model funger stream. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Okay. I need a Switch to do the sad eyes for Bunless. Not these ones. But like yeah, the sad eyes, like the emoji. I need to do a Switch for that. The rig does support it, I just need to add support. Ziffis just subbed with Prime. Oh my gosh, we got a hype train going. I didn't even expect that. And Queen Machine just subbed to tier 1. We're apparently gonna beat a record according to Idle Twitch. I don't really know how this shit works. I just wanna model stuff. I should use Vine Boom sound. Yeah. I would say what if he made the subscribe sound to Vine Boom, but I like it being on the button. And I can just trigger it whenever. Oh my gosh. Okay. You pronounce the G in Yag. It is not silent. It is very not silent. But yeah, let's get... Here's another question. The etching on the armor? Let's not do that yet. Let's do the shading first. Let's do the... This is like the buff guy armor. Like the Roman buff armor with like the pecs in the armor. So let's do that first. Buff boy anatomy is always super hard for me. Just because anatomy is hard. Yag. It's Yag, not Yeeg. I mean, I guess you could be Yeeg. It depends on the... You know, it depends on what region you're from. Yeeg? I mean, they're all valid. I just say Yag because, you know, it's a typo of that word that I'm not allowed to say. So it should be pronounced the same, right? Yag. Okay, but buff guy pecs. Oops. Language is fascinating. It's true, Tournament Arc. Alright, buff guy pecs. I think it's a little bit darker underneath. Mostly on the outer edge. A bit darker. Tournament Arc says, I'm practicing designing the game UI, so I'm working alongside you, streamer. Oh, thanks. Oh no, we're about to beat our last record, but it looks like we're not in the hype train. 30 seconds left. I guess I'm supposed to call those out as a streamer? I don't really know. Yeah, so this kind of turns into... Yeah, like that. Jig Plus just subs! Thank you so much. And Eva Coates just donated 300 bits, I believe. Oh my gosh. And Raging Donut sub, thank you so much. We just got the hype train completed or something, I don't know. Thank you so much, everyone. Yeah, level 5. It's very sweet. You all are so... Thank you. It means a lot. Oh, we got Zuchi says, see his thumbnail. The model looks like the PSX lady. Click stream. Oh, wait. Yeah, that's me. Hello. Level 5, level up. Oh, speaking of leveling up, the Scott Pilgrim trailer was insane. Oh my god, look at me fucking started on the Scott Pilgrim trailer. Yeah, that's totally gonna break the internet. I'm excited. I feel like the a knee jerk response to the Scott Pilgrim trailer is to be like irony pilled about it, like oh god, oh no, which I feel like it kind of did at the start, but like I'm excited. Like oh no, the trans femmes are gonna be so normal about this. Oh, I can't wait. Which I don't know. I do feel that a little bit because I'm one of them, and we all know I'm very annoying. But I'm excited. I'm excited to watch. The animation looks fucking incredible. If anything, I just love Western animation. I think it's animated Western by a Western company. At least it's a Western art style animation, and I'm very excited for it. Oh, the character. Yeah, Fear and Hunger character Kahara. Kahara. I'm not sure the exact pronunciation. And they got the whole cast back exactly. Mothicles says, have you heard about Nintendo trying to copyright game mechanics from Tears of the Kingdom? I have. I actually learned about it and posted about it like a couple months ago. 1 second. So I was hating it before it was cool, is what I'm trying to say. Danny says, no, it is tier 69 bits. Hell yeah. Patent. Patented? I'm searching my account. Yeah. In March. I'm not sure why it surfaced today. I guess there was an article. Arctic Edge just subbed. Thank you. But yeah, super annoying. I hate it. I hate patenting game mechanics. It's so stupid. I fucking hate it. Lilith does what Nintendo don't. Yeah, not make Nintendo fan games. I should copyright card games to teach Nintendo a lesson. Yeah, exactly. Okay, this is pretty good. We have the pecs, and it gives off the curve of the ribs, I guess. And then we need to do a little bit of a highlight to imply, more depth. That is way too faint. Let's do a little more bright. Except for the middle, because we do have the design is a 3D object, this thing. That's not just painted on. It looks like a physical like metal like sigil or something. Which we will texture on. I just want to get the shading first. Like that. Probably more faint of a shadow. It is not a deep divot here. Just a slight one. Okay. Remember how Namco... Yeah, the minigame loading screens. That was Namco, right? Yeah, exactly. One green guy says hello. Hi! Kirby says, Nintendo is my friend and my personality, my entire personality, and can do no wrong. Yeah, unfortunately, that is kind of a consensus among a lot of people on the interwebs. Sounds like something Kirby would say, says Obats. Absolutely. Absolutely something Kirby would say. I received a level 5 hype train emote. I don't even know what that means. God, I'm so Twitch illiterate. This one is complete. What even is this? What is this? Is this a bunny with a pitch? Oh my goodness. Piracy doesn't hurt Nintendo, but I wish it. Yeah. Namco patented loading screen minigames. If you were curious why there wasn't loading screen minigames, um, ever, like in like the PS3, PS2, PS4 era, that's why it was patented. Um, and the patent has since expired, but it seems like the damage has been done already, which just like people have just lost interest, and that fucking sucks. It sucks really hard. Yeah, there we go. That looks about right. I think I can raise this whole thing. There we go. That looks a little bit better. One Green Guy says, found out about your channel through some of the YouTube memes, and you do some genuinely cool stuff. I'm glad you think so. I officially started work on Do Not Watch This Video 5, I guess. That's what they're called now, the Do Not Watch This Video series. No animation work yet, but I do have like the base video mapped out and stuff. And like the song, it's a music one, like Out of Touch, has been selected. So get hype, I guess, for the new entry in this series that I never intended to be a series. Mothically says, I really wish there was a way to put money in the pockets of devs without giving a cent to any execs. I agree. The best thing you can do is just like see if they have a side hustle and support that. You know, like they make indie games, or they have a SoundCloud or something, or a Patreon for their own personal work, and support that, which is what I do. Hold on, I'm trying to catch up on chat. Loading screens are no longer long enough to justify making a minigame to pass the time. Nowadays, yeah, probably loading is, yeah, with solid states being standardized now, like it's probably not really needed anymore. Not always the case. You know, Nintendo, I mean, who cares what Nintendo does, but you know, like the Nintendo Switch is not solid state, if I remember correctly. So there are consoles out there that don't use it. But yeah, that, you know, loading screens were not really a thing back in the day. And then with the PS1, with the disc, loading became a thing, and then it got worse and worse over the years. And then to solid so much that, you know, gamers were really upset, or just people in general did not like all these long loading times. So then the solid state was introduced, or at least solid state drive. The cost of a solid state put into a console was justified. So like, we're not fully out of it yet. It might be too early to call it, but I do definitely view loading screens as an era of gaming between PS1 and PS4, I guess, to use that terminology, that we are no longer in. Not quite. I still think we still have some loading screen stuff to worry about. Maybe give it another gen or two. And I might be wrong, but yeah. And the reason there was no loading screen minigames was because of the patent, and that sucks. Fucking sucks. But yeah, now we have a new problem, which is 300 gigabyte video games. So we're probably going to have to, that's probably going to be the next big thing that they're going to attempt to address in future consoles, is either more storage space or better compression. I just feel like game developers, I shouldn't just say game developers. I just feel like with the advent of discs, game developers were not restricted by small package sizes for their video games, right? So it was definitely a limitation being removed, and that was very freeing. But in that process, I believe that too much attention was taken away from good compression or good design, since making design decisions that would make the package smaller, right? I remember Metal Gear Solid 4 was championed as being a game without any compressed audio. And that I don't know if that itself led to long loading screens. You know, those infamous Metal Gear Solid 4 loading screens. I think that's an install, which I think is like installing visual assets, not audio. You know, like textures and shit, my assumption. I'm not sure. But I remember that was a big thing for Metal Gear Solid 4 was all the audio was uncompressed. And yeah, I'm just saying, like, I'm not saying game developers are like wrong or anything for doing that. That's just the natural step, right? Is a limitation is taken off, and just in any medium, a limitation is removed, and you know, people are like mad with power and like overcorrect, right? Like we got that with post-processing in the PS3 and the 360 era. All of a sudden, game developers had post-processing available, and they were drunk with power, and that's where like Bloom came from, right? It's an overcorrection. This is common in all art. And then after that, we're like, whoa, that was too far. Holy shit. Let's tone this back a little bit, right? The same thing, you know, that happened with Bloom and like, you know, all the infamous post-processing effects, motion blur, right? And then it gets pulled back after we all had our fun. And I feel like that's going to happen with loading screens. It's probably going to happen with package size. That would be my prediction. And yeah. But that doesn't mean I think, you know, game developers are stupid or something. That's just how art works. That's just how humans work. You know, I'm a game developer. Like, I'll God forbid I made some mistakes in my design process in older games because I just wanted to do something cool or something, you know? So let me catch up on the piss filter. That was also a post-processing thing. Right. Yeah, the Bloom was bad. Yeah, 2008 piss filter era. It's Twilight and Twilight Princess, the entirety of Deus Ex, Human Revolution, Fallout New Vegas, all of the classics. Those aren't bad. I think Twilight Princess is a really good example of that era of post-processing overload being used correctly, because it was only used in the Twilight Zone, Twilight realm, which was supposed to be off-putting, right? And I think that worked really well. And the Bloom was very tasteful, if I remember correctly, in Twilight Princess. Not in the Wind Waker remaster. Like, holy shit. But Twilight Princess in 2008, I believe, was definitely... I think that was tasteful, right? There were good examples, but there were also a lot of bad examples. Yeah, blue and orange. I think blue and orange is just a really good color palette that a lot of people use just because it's a really good color palette. I mean, I'm using it right now. Bunless is blue and orange. Or teal and orange. Close enough. Heat from fire. Fire of heat. Fire from heat. Cussy says Twilight Princess is a mad game made by insane people. It has 6 hours of soundtrack. Yeah, Twilight Princess was definitely like the big budget blowout. This is gonna be like, yeah, this is Ocarina of Time 2, right? That's what it was. This is gonna be the biggest Zelda game ever made. It's gonna cost $1 bazillion. Yeah, all those full motion cutscenes, fully animated, motion captured, I believe, cutscenes. They were definitely motion captured. Wind Waker used motion capture. Yeah, definitely huge budget. I was not really super into Metroid Prime. That did come out in the post-processing era, or at least at the very start. But yeah, Prime 3 was a Wii game, right? Yeah. I remember Prime 3 being advertised like you can use your motion to open doors. Oh, the Midna voice was perfect. The Midna voice is something I want to try and recreate. The Midna voice is perfect because it's still gobbledygook voices, but it conveys tone. She has different phenomes, I guess. She has different gobbledygook language for tone. When she's angry at you or when she's being like sassy, it'll switch and that tone will be reflected. It is very good. And kind of a shame they used it again for Fi from Fofum from Skyward Sword, but she is, deliberately monotone. That's kind of her whole point. They never really used it anywhere else. I really wish that was what they did going forward. I'm not really big. I mean, voice acting in Zelda is a contentious topic, and we are wildly off topic from graphics now. But yeah, I don't know. Voice acting is always a tough cookie. It feels like it was born from games wanting to be movies, which is kind of a problem that we never really outgrew. Right? Like we want to be like a movie. So we should have movie directed cutscenes in our game. And don't crash on me, Blender. Right? Because it's a visual medium, it should be like movies, because movies are like, raking in zillions of dollars, and they are seen as prestigious, right, with their award ceremonies and their fancy trophies, and they're super popular actors. So we should try and ape that. So a lot of games are like movies, and I just feel like that's a misguided attempt. And I'm not going to say that voice doesn't come with benefits, right? I just think us defaulting to games being fully voice acted without stopping and being like, okay, what does voice add and what does it subtract, and is it worth it? I feel like that's not really questioned. It's just we should have voice because we're big budget, right? I think it's tough. And but what I'm trying to circle back to Midna is I think Midna's a really good compromise. With the gobbledygook that has tone in it, that is always very fascinating to me, and I feel like that should have been explored more. I feel like that's a really big, not exclusive to Twilight Princess. Twilight Princess did not invent this, but I think it's a really big thing that Twilight Princess introduced, or not introduced, once again, that Twilight Princess did and other games did that never really got the attention it deserved, I guess. People love Midna. And I think a big reason is that she's voiced like that, so you can really get her tone. And just her tone in general is masterfully done. She's a Dommy mommy, but for kids. What is it with like cartoons having like really, really subtle but also very plainly there like adult stuff in them? I guess it's just the animators getting away with it, right? I just love it. It's fucking great. She awakens so much. Heat from fire. Fire from heat. Ooh, hydration. Yes, let me drink some water. I have some heat from fire. Fire from heat. Okami definitely did gobbledygook. Did it change based off of their emotion and inflection? I don't remember. It's been a while since I played Okami. There's definitely a lot of gobbledygook talking in games. I just don't remember them changing during inflection like they did for Midna. Yeah, right, because they like, in the first cutscene where she like sits on you and like it's really close to your ear and whispers in your ear, I'm going to make you my slave or whatever. Like, Jesus Christ. 2008 Nintendo game. Jesus Christ. That was a shockwave that awoke in many queer people that went around the earth. Okay, that shading looks good. They knew what they were doing. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Danny. It's yeah. Adult stuff in cartoons is just the animators like, because the animators are adults, right? And they're just getting, putting in what they can get away with, or to wink at the adults who are watching, with their kids or whatever. Mom, Midna saved 2008. I mean, I'm gonna say it. Midna saved Twilight Princess. Twilight Princess has a lot of issues, and Midna really saved that game. If there was no Midna, if it was just like Navi again, I think that game would be severely less well regarded. In my opinion, you're allowed to disagree with me. We need the brighters to be more bright. Sorry, I'm trying my best to keep up with chat. Oh, excuse me. We have more viewers than normal. I guess starting early is the way to go. Excuse me. Minna effectively pushed short stacks into the limelight. Navi interacting with OOT Link in the flashbacks would have gone insane. The flashbacks? You mean the flashbacks in Twilight Princess? They never showed old Link in Twilight Princess. They showed Ganon and Zelda, I think. I don't think they ever showed Ocarina of Time Link, did they? Oh, sorry, I'm so silly. Yeah, the Stalfos. Yeah, the Stalfos. The person who's implied to be Link and is effectively fanon now, like Solaire, being the son of what's his name? Gwyn, I think. Or is that yeah. Has it I think like it's technically confirmed in Hyrule Historia, but Hyrule Historia doesn't really have authorial intent. Because I think it's just because like if you read it, it's like the English text is like, wow, look at this concept art. What could they mean by this? Crazy. And it's like that, well, like you don't know anything more than we do. So like them confirming it in Hyrule Historia, it's kind of hard. But I guess the hero shade being Link and Twilight Princess is canon now at this point, or accepted as canon. But yeah, also Black Blooms confirms Navi wouldn't show up because she left Link at the end of OT and never returned. It's implied she died there. I mean, not implied, but that's a fan theory that I really like. Is that Navi dies there? Because when a fairy finishes its task, it ceases to exist, as confirmed by the pink fairies who exist to heal you, and then when they're done, they don't exist anymore. They pop out of existence. Navi was confirmed by the intro text to be created to help you on your journey, and you finished it, and she flies away to die. That's how I always interpreted it. I always interpreted it as she dies there, and Link is in denial about that. Hence, Majora's Mask. And I feel like that fits the themes of Majora's Mask really well. I always interpreted her as dying there. Not always. It was a theory I read that I really liked and clung on to. Yeah, it's up to interpretation, like a lot of Zelda stuff. Old Zelda stuff. Okay, I think the shading looks... I could do better. Okay, so Link wants to Termina, a metaphor for death. Once again, also just a theory. But yeah, you know, Termina is like a metaphor, or can be seen as a metaphor, right? Death of the author. Although I don't think they ever confirmed anything. For, you know, seen as a metaphor for either death or trauma or grief over Navi. I feel like no matter what you think Termina is, I feel like a lot of people will agree that it's over the loss of Navi. God, this is turning into a game theory stream. Look, I need something to distract me from the fact that I'm modeling some dude's armor pecs. Now you're so buff, you put it on your armor. Do you think he found this armor? I don't know the lore. I feel like he found this armor. He's like, this is gonna make me look so buff. How will I let everyone know how buff I am underneath my armor? There we go. That looks pretty good. Spirit Tracks is great. I love Spirit Tracks so much. The armor is skin tight. His abs are just strong enough to bend steel. Hell yeah. That's what I like to hear. There is a seam, so let's get that seam in. Is this like a shirt, like an undershirt poking out? I don't see it in any of the other art, so I'm just going to ignore it. I'm not sure what that is. Embroidered leather? Is it metal or leather? Does it like say, like in the equipment screen in Funger? Oh, big stretch. You thought of it as metal? Yeah, it's kind of up to interpretation. This brings me back to the cosplay days, back when I did a lot of cosplay. Back in the cosplay days of like PS2 and earlier generations, when the models weren't accurate enough to get solid reads on everything, so you had to make your own interpretations. What is this blob? What is this blob of triangles? Is this like cloth? Is this fabric? Is this metal? I don't know. And now I don't want to sound like a boomer or anything, but like nowadays everything's so detailed you don't have to worry about that. Like if something's fabric, it's very clearly fabric. But back in the day, this is just reminding me of that. Is this metal? Is this leather? Are these leather? Is this like shiny leather pants? Or is it like silk? Or is it just regular cloth and it's just shaded funny? Danny says no, says, oh, you did cosplay? Nice. Yeah, I cosplayed all the Final Fantasy twinks. You know, so something, you know, very, 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 very extreme egg behavior. You know, like Prompto was like one of the last ones I did. And like Zidane and Zell, and those were like, you know, yeah, all the Final Fantasy twinks. Egg twink behavior, yeah. His armor is called leather vest on the equipment screen. There we go. That's canon. It's leather, hardened leather. Cool. Yeah, it's Zidane and I did Cloud. I never like that was like a kid cosplay. With my sister, like when I was like a kid, we dressed up. That wasn't really a cosplay. I don't think I ever wore that to a convention, but yeah. Anyways, this is looking good. So I guess these are just two completely different materials and articles of clothing with the exact same color. Interesting. I feel like the like shape language was designed first, and then later on, when they were working on the design, they decided to make this hardened leather and this cloth. Speaking of, we need to get the spikes on it. I always love this motif. You see it everywhere. Just the repeating triangles. I love it. It's in Arcus. I just love that design motif with like the triangles. Maybe Kahara cut it in half to show his tummy. There are very few non-twink male Final Fantasy main characters. Clive. He's a twunk, I guess. He's not a twink. You can make an argument that he's a twunk. But I feel like 16 is very straight. Which, look, it's a really good game. Clive is cute. I like Clive. The characters are good. I like Sid. It just feels very straight. It just gives off a straight energy. Barrett is one of the exceptions. He is definitely not a twink. I mean, twink is an ill-defined thing. It's impossible to define and not define twink. But like, at the very least, he stands out from a lot of the other male party members in Final Fantasy. Not as effeminate at all as the other characters, but I think the juxtaposition of him having a kind heart is kind of the point. Like, I'm pretty sure that's why they made him so like manly. Is the juxtaposition of him being manly and him being kind. Not to say that being manly is to be inherently unkind, but toxic masculinity. Maybe it might not be intentional, but he definitely seems to make you think he's toxically masculine, but he isn't. Right? I feel like that was the whole that was his character. Yeah, I like Barrett. Barrett's one of my favorite characters. Under Vivi. Vivi's my favorite character. Is Vivi a twink? I don't think so. Now that's the question. Is Vivi a twink? Is Vivi a twink? I don't think so. I mean, one, you never see him, but it's all about how you. We love a non-toxic straight white cis man. For real. We need more representation. I would say Clive is another one. I would say Clive is a non-toxic straight white cis man. I haven't beat the game, so who knows? But I would say so. Just twink erasure. Vivi's ace. I like that. Yeah, Vivi's not a twink. He's just Vivi. Vivi's my favorite Final Fantasy character. He's also it's hard to rank every character you've ever interacted with or ever seen or like read about in video games and ever. But Vivi might be my favorite character like ever. Potentially. I love Vivi. I still, to this day, every couple of months, will rewatch the scene when the evil black mage blows up all the worker black mages on the airship and like is what cements Vivi in the party. Like, that is his story moment that gets him to understand the struggle and to stay with the party. And I watch it every few months and I get really emotional. Like, ever since I first saw it as a kid. Like, I fucking adore Vivi and I will protect him at all costs. Zidane has 10 million Riz. Yeah. Your first exposure to VV was Kingdom Hearts 2. Yeah, so I know Final Kingdom Hearts introduced a lot of people to Final Fantasy. Hold on. Raging Donut says, is there an amount of money I could donate to make the Curious into a top version? Unfortunately, no. We do have the stay on model. I appreciate it though. But yeah, for a lot of us Final Fantasy heads who played Kingdom Hearts as a Final Fantasy fan and not as a Disney fan, which I feel like was the majority of people who got into Kingdom Hearts, was because of Disney, or just because of the aesthetic of Kingdom Hearts is cool as shit, right? But as like a Final Fantasy head playing Kingdom Hearts, that was the first time the characters were voiced. Because they weren't voiced in the PS1 Final Fantasies. They weren't voiced. So we had to imagine what their voices was. And then playing Kingdom Hearts, all of a sudden we were seeing these characters with their cool new redesigns, and they're voiced poorly. So it wasn't that exciting. Like, oh my god, Aerith in Kingdom Hearts 1 sounded so monochrome, it was ridiculous. But that was always fascinating as a PS1 Final Fantasy fan going into Kingdom Hearts and seeing the characters with higher quality, PS2 versions of them that were voiced. That was fucking wild. I remember when going back to Zelda in the first Hyrule Warriors, because I think Hyrule Warriors was before Breath of the Wild, right? I believe so. If not, they were very close. But that was Hyrule Warriors was the first game, if I'm not mistaken, to have voice acting. So I remember people were playing it and hearing things like Goron and Zora and Ganondorf and Epona and like Girahim, all these complicated words that we all fought over how to pronounce when we were younger, being actually voice acted and pronounced. That was pretty surreal. Like, I remember that. I remember the same sensation playing Kingdom Hearts the first time as a Final Fantasy head. Zelda CDI games were voice acted, it's true. They also pronounced it rubies. Sorry, rubies with a B. So I don't know if we can accept that as canon. Only if you have enough rubies. Sorry, Link, I don't do credit. Why don't you come back when you're a little richer? Got to be hyped for that Zelda CDI game that's coming out. There's a new, I forget what it's called. There's a Zelda CDI like coming out, which I'm really excited for because my friend's working on the backgrounds, some of the backgrounds. Corwin Pritchard at art_Nino on Twitter. He worked on Bloodborne PSX, and now he's doing he's working on a Zelda CDI like game, which is it feels right, That feels right. You want it? It's yours, my friend. They did get some of the voice cast back for it. The person who did Link, who voiced Link in the Zelda CDI game, is narrating that commercial, the trailer. Oh, the cat's back up. I'm happy. You know what that means. Hi, kitty. Hi, kitty. Oh boy, mooching time. I actually own the Zelda cartoon. Not the CDI games, but there was a Zelda cartoon that was also pretty cringe. When I remember, I watched it. I watched the whole thing. Someone got it to me for a Christmas gift when I was in college. Like a joke gift, a gag gift. But I remember I really enjoyed it. When you watch terrible shows with your friends, it was a very enjoyable experience. Oh boy, smooching time. And yeah, the Triforce, there's only 2 Triforce pieces, which kind of defeats the whole purpose of the name. I always thought that was weird. There's an episode with Prince Facade. I'm sure you can guess where that plot went. There was a really cool reveal. I remember spoilers for the Zelda cartoon, I guess. There was a really cool like little narrative twist which I kind of liked, which was like, I don't know, like Link was turned into a frog or something, and like, you know, he needed to kiss a princess to turn back into a human, and then Navi kissed him, and that turned him into a human again, and that was a fun little reveal. Like, that was a cute little narrative reveal that I just genuinely liked. I was watching it with my friends and we were all like, whoa, shit, that was actually kind of cool. Hi, kitty. Gosh, heat from fire, fire from heat. Isn't that right, kitty? Isn't that right, kitty? Isn't that right, kitty? Close enough. I don't know if you heard the meow there. The peck should go all the way up to the armpit. So let's continue this while it wraps around. Wrong, microplastics. Zelda CDI is better than it gets credit for, I guess. Hot take. The backgrounds are fucking gorgeous. The hand-painted watercolor backgrounds are fucking gorgeous. Like, yes, the voice acting and the animation is cringe. But like, I just remember the backgrounds and the pixel art and like the art style itself, not bad. Like, sure, compared to Ocarina of Time and like Twilight Princess and stuff, it looks fucking weird. But like, this game was made as a, you know, as a follow up to Zelda 2. That was the most recent one that existed. You know, I don't know. I kind of fuck with it. I can see why someone would make a spiritual successor. You know, I kind of fuck with it. But I remember the background art is fucking gorgeous. Like, just full stop. And the music's good too. It's just like peak, like, it's just like peak 80s, early 90s, late 80s, like, aesthetic. Hotel Mario overhated. Yeah, it's like I'm not gonna say that people like, I don't know, it's a cultural phenomenon at this point. You know, I'm not gonna be like, yo, we're wrong for hating on Zelda CDI. It wasn't really hating on Zelda CDI. It was, you know, like having fun with the culture. Right? With YouTube poops. Right? That's what they are. They were the source, not the source, but a source for YouTube poops. Death. You want it? It's yours, my friend. I'm not going to be quoting YouTube poops on stream, but yeah, that was a really big part of the culture. You know, I'm not saying it was wrong. James Rolfe is the source of 90% of game culture in 2008. Did he play Zelda CDI? Is that what got it popular? Or infamous, I guess? Was that Angry Video Game Nerd? Was it really? That makes a lot of sense. I mean, he was the one who was playing the the shitty games that suck ass. He took us back to the past. Did he like make a movie? Did he like make a movie or something? He made like a movie, right? Has anyone here watched the movie? How's the movie? I didn't watch the movie. Mothically says, I've done such a fine job defining his man boobs. Thank you. I'm pretty proud of him. These are pretty good man boobs. We're not done though. We need to shade the top. It was bad. The AVGN movie. The movie sucked. Oh no. The AVGN video game? I didn't know there was a... Oh wait, no, I think I do. I remember this right. It was like pixel art, right? This might be a fake mock-up art. I remember the sprite. I think I remember the sprite. That's crazy. How many donations to play the AVGN game? An infinite amount. We're not playing that. I want to play some. I like platforming small indie games, It was an hold on, sorry. For the AVGN movie. Excuse me. Chatley says it was an extended skit about E.T. to lead up to the review. It's a B movie, and Rolf intended it to be that way. So it was just an extended episode about the E.T. video game. It was just like an extended episode with the silly early pre-YouTuber skit taking up most of the content. Did he actually review the ET video game? Did he rather want a buffalo to take a diarrhea dump in his ear? Did he say the words? Did he say the funny words? AVGN game was on Wii U. It was like one of the only Wii U games that didn't have a Miiverse community. Like no one participated, or it just wasn't coded in. I thought that was like heat from fire, fire from heat. I thought it was like included by default. I didn't know it was possible for a game to not have a Miiverse community built in. Okay, Kitty. No, not on the desk. Not on the desk. You can't go on the desk, Kitty. You must stay on my lap or somewhere else. Not on the desk. It did have a Miiverse community, but Nintendo quickly removed it. Why? Was it because the AVGN game encouraged too much swearing on their Christian social media? AVGN is still around. He's just smaller now. I'm pretty sure. Kitty. You can't tell Pocket Cat what to do. She's not Pocket Cat. She's regular cat. There was a constant shitload of fuck in the game. Heat from fire. Fire from heat. Videos aren't nearly as frequent. Let me try that again. AVGN videos aren't nearly as frequent because he has other work and a family now. What is his other work? Is it game industry? Or does he have a fancy job? He mostly abandoned his angry persona at this point. Good for him. I'm glad he's just a video game nerd now. The chill video game nerd. Screenshots of the game violated Miiverse team terms of service. That is the main theory as to why they removed the Miiverse for the angry video game nerd video game. Oh my gosh, AVGN drama. Angry video game nerd went through a period where Screenwave, I'm assuming that's another person, were a company maybe, encroaching on his content a lot and inserting themselves into it. Last year, he started taking back control of it, and it shows. Damn. Damn. Okay, how do these pecs look, chat? How do you think of these pecs? Good? Good boobies? Good bobbies? Wood bite? Good pecs? Okay, decent enough. Okay. Not done just yet, though. God, this guy's fucking ripped. God. No neck here, or here, or here. They were hiding his huge fucking neck. He's oddly ripped for a thief. You know, thieves gotta like climb and shit, right? And like lift heavy things if you're doing a big theft. I don't know how thieves work. Okay. But yeah, not done yet. Let me shave a bit of this off the top. And then add the hem, I don't know what I would call it, for the top here. He's actually bad at thieving, so he punches the victim when it goes wrong. You're looking forward to the Zebo stuff? Zebo? Is that the fourth character? I haven't done a research pass on the fourth character yet. SSFF has opened my eyes to a lot of really weird, interesting video game things. I'm not sure what SSFF is. Stop skeletons from fighting. Gotcha. Okay. Zebo a console? Like Ouya? Is that what I'm picking up? But yeah, pretty much right after the ET review, Screenwave inserted themselves into Rolf's creative process. The Screenwave era reviews are not good. Sorry, I think I missed. Who is Screenwave? Oh, sorry. Screenwave are the MCN that AVGN is affiliated with. The MCN? I don't. Do I know that acronym? I don't think I know that acronym. I owned an Ouya. Excuse me. I played Towerfall on it with my friends in college. It was great. We had a great time. Okay, this is looking good. It's starting to come together. Let me move this out by 1. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Excuse me. Machinima. Gotcha. So Machinima bought or took over, I guess, and that made it bad. Big company took over and inserted themselves in the creative process, and it ends up bad. Oh, how depressingly familiar. Vine Boom's out. We're pouring a Vine Boom out for one of the goats. Towerfall was the peak of local multiplayer. Yeah. Towerfall is fucking great. If I knew Celeste, I have not played Celeste. I'm so sorry. I need to revoke my Transfem card. Not always. I did play New Vegas. I was a New Vegas fan back in the day. And Bloodborne, obviously. And Armored Core, obviously. So I'm keeping my Transfem gamer card. But I did miss Celeste. If I knew, I saw it. I'm so sorry. I have to admit something to y'all. I saw Celeste on in the wild in the PlayStation Store when it launched, and I had no idea what it was, and I was just like, "Oh, a pretty girl, like a girl on the cover art. I'm interested. Celeste, cool, good art. You have my attention." And then I opened it, and it was just like a pixel art platformer, and I was like, "Nah, I'm good." I feel so bad. Oh my gosh. I wonder where my life would have gone if I picked that up. Oh god. I really regret it. I really regret just being like, I'm good. I've played a lot of pixel art platformers recently. I'm good. I'm pixel art platformed out. If I'd have known that it was a Towerfall sequel, if I'm not mistaken, that was a Towerfall sequel, right? Or like their next game, not a sequel, but like the next project they made, I probably would have picked it up. Yeah, same business Towerfall. I remember here. I remember there is here the character on the right, the Assassin Prince. I remember liking the Assassin Prince because he wore pink. He was a man who wore pink, and it was never like, I guess he's Twinkie. I don't know. It just that was neat, and it was never commented on. He was just a guy who wore a lot of pink, and he made it work. That was cool. A little, a little that like Egg Me enjoyed that because I wore pink. I don't know if you knew this, but I was obsessed with pink when I was a boy. Well, I thought I was a boy. I was a pink boy. I was like quirky, right? Like, oh, I'm quirky. I'm a guy who has pink. That didn't last long, but yeah, that like this. I remember it stood out to me. So I can see that one of the developers or the main developer, I don't know the full story, but they came out as queer. They came out as trans. Halfway through development of Celeste, which is what I did in the middle of Arcus. Funnily enough, I mean that's just how it works, right? If you're a game developer who comes out as trans, it's probably going to happen in the middle of a game, right? But anyways, I'm going to get back to work. Did you become trans after you beat Bloodborne? Yes, I came out as trans in 2019. And which significantly after Bloodborne. I came out during the development. No, it came out during Arcus. I was trans when Bloodborne PSX development started, but I wasn't goth yet. Bloodborne PSX development made me goth. Not trans, but it made me goth. Do you think it's because of the pressure you're under when you're making a game to have people come out, that helps put things into perspective? I don't know. It could be. It could also just be that as a game developer, there's probably a 90% chance that you're in the middle of development of a game at any point in your life. So it could just be coincidence, I guess. I don't know. It's kind of hard to say. It's hard to understand what's going on in your brain when you're in your late egg phase. You know, like the year or so leading up. I also don't want to generalize, right? This is just for me and, you know, a couple other people that I've talked to or have been public about, you know, because I'm coming out as a game developer. I don't want to generalize, right? But yeah, who knows? I don't know. I don't want to put too much thought into it. And not that I don't want to. I just haven't put much thought into it because I don't know. I'm focusing on me now. You know, I don't want to be obsessed with the past. I don't want to be like, oh, I wish I came out sooner. You know, like I feel like that can be obsessed over, or at least I have in the past. I'm trying to move on from that. I'm just trying to be me. You know, I'm just a bunny. God, we're hitting all the heavy topics today, aren't we? I just want to be a dumb bunny. I miss a dumb bunny who makes weird video games. That looks pretty good. Excuse me. Danny says no. It says one of my favorite tubers has dropped an hour-long video. Hell yeah. Go check that shit out. I hope you enjoy it. I hope it's a good video. Wang Fao says, no sense dwelling on that kind of stuff. All it does is let perfect be the enemy of good. That is a very good way of putting that. These are shiny leather pants. We can make these shiny. I'm just happy I could talk about this while working at the same time. I'm not getting too distracted. I don't think. Like, I think we're doing pretty good progress. We're like not halfway done, not even close. But we're getting there after like 3 hours of work. Not bad. Kahara is wearing 1400s latex. Okay, ninjas, you make a joke about Nintendo hire this man, but I've definitely been FromSoft hired this woman before. I don't know if I'd do it though. I don't know. I like being independent, but who knows? You know, I might say that, and then it's kind of hard to predict how you would feel with stuff like that, with hypotheticals like that. But I don't think it would work industry. I mean, not even I think. I don't want to work industry, even if it's from an acclaimed studio. You know? Raging Donuts wakes up. We're going to have a chill character modeling stream today, folks. 3 hours of deep talk later. Talking about the transgender game developer experience. Working in the industry, in air quotes, sounds horrible, says Oddinjas. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, the cat is gone from my lap. Sorry, kitty. Get unlapped, idiot. Pocket cat. It's not a pocket cat. Golly. Oh, by the way, oh my gosh, I'm really sorry, just preemptively or post-emptively or whatever. If anyone redeemed the outfit change and I didn't change my outfit, can you please let me know? Because I was kind of hyper focusing there and missed a lot of chat, which is the only way I can see it being redeemed. I don't have a bot set up. I really need to do that. But yeah, could be now. Yeah, QA is a nightmare, from what I've heard. I mean, what's wrong with having a deep talk about gender and life while modeling some guy's pecs? Like what is life if not talking about the human experience while staring at some guy's pixelated boobies? You know? Can't have one without the other, right? You can't have deep talks about life experiences about boobies, and you can't have boobies without deep talk about life experiences. You know, intertwined. Okay, he does have the like slutty back divot baked into his leather armor, so we're gonna have to recreate that. Doesn't go all the way up, does it? I mean, of course, it doesn't go all the way up. How high up does it go? Where the? Yeah, and then we have the shoulder blades. Gender sucks, but men boobs. Not really my cup of tea, but I can appreciate beauty when I see it. You know, even if I don't swing that way. The slutty back divot. Yeah. My mind, do I have a big mind for recognizing the slutty back divot? Y'all are silly. Well, you can appreciate a good back, you know? You can appreciate a good back. What game are the ref images from? Fear and Hunger 1. And there's no boobies until tomorrow, says Ken out of 10. Space Dandy quotes. I love Space Dandy so much. I fucking adore Space Dandy. That's one of my faves. Stylish Devil says, hi, I love your art and character and style. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh, thank you for hanging out. Yeah, I love Space Dandy. I adore Space Dandy. It is so good. It is one of those pieces of media that is way deeper than it let on at the start. You know? I love that shit. I love it when media does that. When it's like, this is just a dumb show about a slice of life question mark show about some like loser guy who thinks he's the hottest shit. But it's actually way deeper than that. It's all about like, oh God, I need to watch it again. I can't really describe what it was really talking about at the end there, but it's just so fascinating. Space Dandy is an anime by, I don't remember the exact staff. There is a relation to Cowboy Bebop though, like a lead artist or a director or something. Um, and it's very good. I recommend it. Truth be told, being hot shit is like 50% believing you're hot shit. No, no, I've always said that 90% of hotness is confidence and posture, and I stand by that for sure. This is usually a back shadow, but I might upgrade this to shoulder blade shadow, I guess. Does that work? I feel like that kind of works. People are the hottest looking the way that makes them happiest is approximately 49 crows. And it plays into that. Yeah. It's all about the confidence. It sounds like such a vapid thing to say, but it really is. It's true. It's just confidence and posture. Posture is like a half joke, but it's carrying yourself with your confidence, right? That's how I always interpret it, anyways. Oh, I need to get some streamer snacks soon. I'm starving. 1 second, I'm catching up on some of my DMs. I'm just making sure there's no fires right now. Okay, here we go. Just saying streamer snacks sounds like it comes from a box, like it's a Scooby snack or something. I've thought about getting those back harnesses that keep your posture up. I don't know if it's good or not. I don't know either. I've heard conflicting information. Because posture, you need to work out your muscles for good posture so you can keep it without your back getting sore, right? You need to work out the muscles. And I want to say this is just hearsay from people who aren't like posture people. What are those called? Pediatricians? Whatever. I think that's totally wrong. But but they said that posture harnesses don't work out those muscles, right? So you don't actually, it doesn't help. But if you wear the posture thing then like every day, then like I'm sure it's it's fine. I don't know. I've just been learning to do my posture the hard way, I guess. Harnesses can be good for habit forming. I guess that's not what I'm trying to say. Yeah, if you wear it every day, like I feel like it's good for habit forming. Orthopedic, there we go. Pediatrician. I can't. That's 4 to 5 syllables. I can't remember that shit. I'm a bunny. I'm like the pediatrician. How dare this baby have terrible posture? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. What an eventful stream. Oops. Okay, now I need to do the shine. Oh, more muscles. I'm getting better at this muscle stuff. Like it kind of like wraps up, right? Like this. Probably more subtle than that, though. I can't remember that shit. I'm a bunny. Exactly. I'm a bunny. I am bunny. I'm literally a bunny. I make funny meme animations and doesn't afraid of anything. Remember to give all your mortal possessions to the Bunless plush as per the contract you signed by purchasing one. Yeah. Hello, Lorelei? How are you doing? You find those emojis in chat? You mess up the formatting. It still looks good. I like it. I liked it. Lorelei. Gotcha. Lorelei? I think it's Lorelei. Is my stream frozen? Hold on. I think my mod page has frozen. I don't know if. Sure, I don't know if. Okay, it looks like. Eva's got to go, but it's fun hanging out. Yeah, of course. Thank you. Thank you for hanging out. Hope you have a good rest of your day. Oh, kitty. Oh, you meowy girl. All right, see you later, approximately. Lorelei says, you've been a recent big inspiration for me to get into low poly blender stuff. Oh, thank you so much for saying that. I'm glad. I'm really happy to inspire people. This looks good. It looks a bit too. I don't know. Like I have vertices in the middle. I feel like I should take advantage of that. Let's make it look more round. I'm not sure. I mean, how many tries are we now? 824? Yeah, it's gonna go up with the hair, probably by a lot. But I'm thinking of putting this in here. So we have more shape for his boobies. I think it's too much. I don't think it's worth the extra triangles. Okay, we'll drop that. I'm aiming for PSX poly counts. It's surprisingly tricky. All my characters end up with like 3,000 tries. Yuck. Excuse me. Said before, you sometimes add polygons near the end. Do you start out with a target number? Just at or under 1,000. Usually under 1,000. I usually go over a little bit sometimes. It depends on it depends on the complexity of the character. If they're like a furry, they have a big tail and like big ears, horns, and like a fin on their back, right? Like they'll probably break 1,000. probably like 12, 1300 if I'm gonna be honest. But if it's like a guy, if it's just like a guy like this, I could usually keep it under 1,000. All right, this is looking pretty good. Let me do a little bit more, and then we can call it for today, and then we could jump over to Pseudoregalia, which I feel we're getting close to beat. I also need to order some food. Probably don't have time to make anything. You need to finish Pseudoregalia. I have a bad habit of like beloved indie games coming out that I've supported all the way through, and I've like seen grow on Twitter or whatever in like dev threads and stuff, and like seeing it grow and grow and become a final game, and it finally comes out, and I play like the first half of it, and I don't finish it. And I always feel bad. I really want to finish Pseudoregalia. Oh, kitty. You are such a kitty. Are you back on my lap? You back on my lap? Do we need to put you on my VTuber again? Yeah? Yeah? Oh, she's clipping into me. Hold on. There we go. Hi, kitty. Hi, kitty. Good kitty. Pizza Tower! I wasn't following Pizza Tower, but I was super excited about that. I haven't played it, though. Oh, yeah. Bunless is one of the 2 artists I followed who inspired me to actually look into starting game development. Oh my gosh, really? I have to ask, who's the other one? Punkits. Punkits. I think I know who Punkits is. That sounds familiar. That's yes, okay, I know this person. I follow that. Okay, anyways. Okay, do you need to properly shade the elbows here, the elbow pit? Like that. We do need to properly shade this guy's bulging muscles. I think I have COVID. Excuse me. Okay, that looks good. Here, let me order some food, and then I'm gonna take a quick break while we transition over to Pseudoregalia. Yeah, okay. Take a quick break. Say goodbye, kitty. I need to get up, kitty. You need to get off my lap. You need to get off my lap, kitty. Come on, kitty. Kitty, you gotta get off my lappy. Oh. Meow. Sorry, I like I like the vine boom. It's very funny. Okay. I'll be right back, everyone. And we're back. Hello, everyone. Black Barket says my art's not on the BRB screen. Oh my gosh. Did I not save your fan art? Please, if you have fan art and I haven't saved it or it's not visible, can you please? You can send it to me on the Discord. There's a Bunless fan art channel. If you send it to me there, I'm really sorry if I missed it. I'm trying to save all the fan art I get, but sometimes I miss a few, and I'm really sorry about that. So you can send it to me on the Discord, and I will save it then. Hello, the Wolfman. How are you doing? There is a Bunless Discord here. There you go. Let me change the title in the game and the category. Pseudoregalia. Monte Crispy says, nice desktop background. Thank you! It is commissioned from Dream Kazoo. 2 commissions from Dream Kazoo about the main character of my next game. Hold on, let me also do a tweet on the interwebs to get more viewers in. You know how that works. Okay. Where is our audio? Here. I'm sorry if there is any crinkling in the background. I got some streamer snacks. And while I wait for my Taco Bell to get here. 10 out of 10 says Dream Kazoo has been such a staple follow for like a decade at this point. And I struggled to remember not following them. They are incredible. I don't know what Dream Kazoo's pronouns are. I guess I could figure it out really quickly. Hold on. He, they. Cool. But yeah. Incredible art. Very inspirational. But let's jump straight in. Phoenix H says, I've been lurking for a while and I hope everyone has a good time. Thank you. Hello. Welcome to the chat. Raging Donuts says this is where I'm going to take a leave. Okay, I'll see you later. Castle Sansa. Raging Donuts just cheered 300 bits. Thank you so much, and I hope you have a good rest of your day. Goat woman time, yeah. Okay, so we have, this game is so Bunless coded, it sure is. So we have a new ability. The one that lets us use the black orbs that are placed around the world. We just need to remember where all the black orbs are, which is impossible because I have ADHD. So we're just gonna wander.
ADHD moment for sure. Ugh. How do I get up there? Excuse me. They're little dude. The enemies with the little horns that like doot you are so cute. Oh my gosh, Bunless. Ugh. I'm so cringe. There we go, Jesus. Enemy design in this game is top tier for sure. Question is, how do we get this? Alright, that's an optional pickup, but I think we can do it. The plate throwing maids, that's something I realized that like a lot of maid enemies or a lot of maid character designs never actually incorporate maid stuff. They're just a maid who is normal. They're not like a maid who is a maid. Like that maid, like, you know, like it's like an evil spirit or something, who knows, but like that maid actually like does maid stuff. They throw dishes at you, you know, like they're like an actual maid. Wild concept, a maid who's a maid. Hold on 1 second, everyone. I think my food's here. I'm back. Accidental vine boom, sorry. Also, I got a new harness in the mail, which is really exciting. I obviously can't show it off now, but I'm sure you'll see it in a little bit. A trope where you save on personnel by having your maids and bodyguards be the same people. Hell yeah. That's not reverb fart, it's vine boom. It's a very different funny noise. I really do need to get reverb fart onto this stream deck though. Coasting. My Baja Blast. That's no vine boom, just a sound of the thighs. Exactly. They're not that thunderous, not yet. Still working on it. I'm working on it right now with this Taco Bell. First, me take you out. Oh! Wait, I had to jump. I can jump off of dudes and torches. Oh, thank goodness. That was easy. Oh, gotcha. I can move slowly while channeling a heal. Kinda useless, but whatever. Yeah, I can punch torches. Lorelei says, I appear to be stuck in Discord rules channel prison. Okay, yeah, we had to turn off invites because of the hate campaign. So I might have forgotten to turn something back on. It might only be partially turned on, so I will look into it after the stream is over. Do you ever unlock more moves for combat? You have a charge. And which also has like a long range attack, but I think that's it, at least for now. I haven't found all the abilities yet. And of course the enemy step, the attack step, I guess, which is mostly used for platforming, but you can't use it during combat. God, using your abilities to bypass platforming challenges is so fucking satisfying. Oh my golly gee. Did I ever get this far? I don't think I ever did this. Actually, no, I think I did. I must have, there's no abilities there. There is definitely an ability pickup here. Okay. The climbing sound effects are amazing. Ah, not gamer enough. Excuse me. It wasn't a hate raid. I was getting canceled on Twitter because of the worst graphics debate. Same thing, yeah, basically. Been here already. I mean, obviously I've been everywhere already, almost. I just need to find out which of the areas has the new platforming challenge that we can do now. Datafract just subscribed. Hello! What would you make as custom sounds for followers and subscribers? I'm not sure yet. I'm still thinking on it. Thinking about it. Super key quest for Metroid Prime. I guess, yeah. Mothiclist, I hope this isn't too personal. We ever do a stream talking about trans identities and stuff like that? I mean, like we talked about earlier, I do talk about like trans and gender and identity stuff, never as a main topic, but we usually just fall into it, just as a consequence of, you know, making trans art and being trans and being queer. But I don't think I would ever like sat down with a just talking category and just talk about it. Yeah, I feel like it comes more naturally. Fuck! Key! Need a key. Shit. God, I remember when I struggled with this. Now I'm doing it no fucking problem. Mostly because of the abilities, but also just because I'm better at this game now. Nothing here, though. I don't know where to go. The thigh windows are so fucking hot. I've lost my shit at this character design. It is fucking incredible. Locked. Negative Bunless called London. The decision not to have a map was a deliberate choice. The creator of this game, Ritzler, has definitely tweeted about wanting to add a map. I'm not going to, like, assume authorial intent, but that has been expressed before. Yes, Phoenix FH. I'm not saying the backtracking here is bad. I'm not saying getting lost is bad. We talked about this in the previous stream for Pseudoregalia. But like Mario 64, this game understands the concept of just making running around an environment fun. So getting lost in this Metroidvania is not bad, because I'm learning my skills, I'm having a good time. Going through old areas and just crushing them, because I'm so much better at the game now, and with my new abilities, itself is fun and satisfying. I spent like 10 minutes in that barn room, and I fucking crushed it in like 5 now. And like, that's satisfying. This note is not readable, and it bugs me. I don't think there's anything new in here except for that locked door, which we don't have a key for. Fuck! I don't know if this is intentional or not, but this game has similar vibes to N64 Castlevania. Probably very intentional. I don't wish this game had a map. I wish it just had some world signs here and there. Yeah. The thing is with listening to feedback for a game, you don't listen. Like, I'm sorry if this like offends some people or whatever, but you don't listen to the request. You listen to why people are asking it, right? They are saying, I want a map because they're getting lost. If they weren't getting lost super frequently, they wouldn't be asking for a map, right? The problem is, I think there are a few ways to mitigate the issue without giving everything away, which is, I think, the fear some people have, is it just gives the whole game away and the sense of getting lost and discovering things would be diminished. I think there should be... I can't confirm that this would be a good idea, that any of these would be good ideas without testing. I'm not the game developer, I don't have the source code, I can't test any of this, but like, maybe coloring the areas of doors that have been explored a different color, like making them red, or letting you yourself drop like, you know, like coins, landmark coins, or just having more landmarks to stick out in your head. This game tries its best to have good landmarks, and I think it succeeds in some areas, but it doesn't succeed in other areas because of its simplified art style. No, I'm not gonna say simplified art style. It's because of the like the BSP shape of the world. Like, I don't think just like having a full map, like a dungeon map from Ocarina of Time, I don't think that would itself be a good idea. I think it would give too much away. But I do think there could be more systems put in place to help people who are lost. Let people get lost, but not so lost that they're running around aimlessly for hours. And they get... And then they lose all steam within playing the game. Which I think is pretty not uncommon for Metroidvanias. You know, like I never beat Super Metroid, and that was the reason why. Like, I'm gonna be straight, I'm gonna be gay and say it. The OOT map system is good for a small contained dungeon, I would say. For a whole world? Who knows? I don't know. I've never built a game like that. This game might be able to prove that would work for a whole game world, not just a single dungeon. There are a lot of solutions to this issue, if you want to call it an issue, and I think some games do a better job than others. And once again, that's also subjective. Like, some people didn't like the hint system in Prime, right? I do think that overcorrected. I mean, you can't turn them off, but it is on by default, right? I do think, yeah, even just adding a compass would help. Probably not by itself, but, you know, I think a compass would work. Or the map screen's very minimal, you know? Michael K says, some people would still get lost with a map until there's an arrow always pointing in the right direction. Gotta find a good balance. Exactly. And I think like a fully detailed map might be an overcorrection, is my fear. But I also understand that there might not be enough direction for a lot of people right now in this game currently. I don't know. Like I said, I'm not the game developer. It's not my call to make. I just like the discussion of game design. I just like the game design discussion that this brings. You know, I'm not trying to pretend like I'm the authority here or anything. I just like talking about game design. Landmarks would be a great way to do it. And this game does have landmarks. Like, it does. It just, I don't think it has enough, I guess. I don't know. It's hard to say. Landmarks like the giant knight in the plus sign shaped room. Yeah, exactly. Like, this game has landmarks. It's hard to quantify, you know? Like, I remember all these rooms. I'm just struggle with, like, I think I remember the room where I see it and it was a big platforming gauntlet with the black spheres that I couldn't do. And I was like, I'll have to come back later. Right? I just don't know how to get there. Lorelei says, imagine running into Z fighting in real life. How much of a mindfuck would that be? Yeah, for reals. The geometry doesn't really lend itself to intuitive navigation. Like, I was able to eventually get a whole image of the world in my head, but I also have very strong spatial memory. Yeah, I do not have spatial memory at all. It sucks. I do have some, but not a lot. Know where to fucking go. Is it time to consult the guide? Is it time for the guide? Okay, well, someone answer me this. This is a genuine question for me that I want a genuine answer for. To beat the game, do I need to collect all 5 keys? That's my assumption, but is that it? Yes, okay. I don't even know where the Great Door is. Just need to find the Great Door, too. So where are the other keys? Honestly, I think a vague map that only shows the big location names relative to each other, right? This is the Empty Bailey, this is the Sansa Keep, this is the Twilight Theater. I think that would help a lot. Like, even just that. Anyways. Get armchair developed for another day. Let's try that room. I would also like to look at a world map and see how everything is supposed to fit together. Exactly. I love the wanderlust aspect. I haven't heard that word in a while. Without knowing where to get coupled with fun movement options. Where to go coupled with fun movement options that keep you engaged. Exactly. But it does start to become necessary later in game. It could be a late game item, you know? Who knows? I think this is one of the rooms. No. I've done this. I think, is this it? I remember I brute forced my way past this, but I think I only got to the bottom door and not the top doors. I'm not sure. Oh, come on! Come on! The door next to it is unlocked. I remember attempting to do this without the black orb hit ability. I want to say I successfully did it, but I don't remember. So hopefully this is the right track. Lorelei suggested the map filling out as you explore. Yeah, okay, I definitely did this. Yeah, like Ocarina of Time. Who knows? We can never get an answer, you know, until it gets implemented. Ugh. Oh yeah, the sequence breaking support. Can you even call it sequence breaking? Because so much of it's intentional. But yeah, to use the terminology, the sequence breaking shit. It's fucking great. Oh my god, I'm so bad at this. I went so long without the clean gem because I didn't know how to get over to the tower to get it. Yeah, I struggled with that too. The cling gem tower. I want to say I did all this without the cling gem. Without the wall running, whatever the fuck you would call this. I want to say I did all of this. I definitely did... Oh, come on. There we go. I definitely did this. I don't think I did this, though. Oop. Taco Bell break. I remember this. Oh no! Okay, I'm not that far. Yeah, I did all this already. I remember doing this. I remember fighting all these eggs down here. Did this without the clean gem. So the pants are cosmetic. Yeah, so we're talking about cosmetics. This is the starter outfit. This is the pants you get from the options screen. This is obviously the Sungreaves. And this is the outfit I found. And we also got a cling sleeve. Oh, it gives us a sleeve. Gotcha. Wait, does she only use the left arm? She does! That's really cool. I do like how her outfit evolves as you play the game. I just didn't notice because I have the professional outfit. So I did that already. I'm lost. I don't know where the fuck to go. I think it's time to consult the guide. Like, I think it's time. Like, I think it's time. I'm sorry. Open the door at the end of the hall. Yes, that door's already open. Castle Sands. Yeah, we've gone through this door already. Where like the throne is. Oh, can someone give me a hint? Yes, Jelly, give me a hint. Give me a hint. Excuse me. I've been to the underbelly. Okay, the answer's in the underbelly. I should have known that. It should be at the underbelly. Okay, thank you. Let's head over to the underbelly. There's an entrance here in the keep. Thank you so much. That's all the direction I need. I really appreciate that. Of course there's one in the underbelly. See, like, what I like about the key system is it tells you where you find them. So it's like, okay, well, I need to go to the places where I haven't found a key yet and check them out. I just wish there was like even just a list of all the areas. Like, I don't remember them all off the top of my head, but if I had a list that was like the underbelly, the Sansa Keep, or whatever, I feel like I would have had at least a little bit of direction. Where's the entrance to the underbelly? Now I test every door to find out where the entrance is. Shit! There's a list in the game, but you might just find it too late. There's a list? Really? I don't think I have it yet. Also, someone mentioned it in the previous stream, but it's a fucking crime for this game to be so very visually inspired by Ocarina of Time and having vines that are not climbable and are purely aesthetic. The unclimbable vines! It's a crime! It is a fucking crime! I keep trying to climb the vines too, ninjas! It just looks so climbable! Yeah, I was like, oh, there's obviously an ability that lets you climb. Like, duh, like, obviously. Whoa. I'm assuming there's an ability in this room. Michael K., were you a developer for this game? None of the testers thought of climbing them. Just the way you phrased that makes it sound like you're a developer. Hi, my name is Matt, says you are. I can't tell who's being serious. There's one of the people brought in test. Gotcha. You said there was an entrance to the underbelly in the keep. Didn't know there were devs in chat. You drew all the textures. Thank you, Matt. Thank you for the textures. They're beautiful. Dev in chat. Hello, Dev in chat. I'm Lilith Walther. Ritzler asked around with speedrunners for people to hunt. To bug hunt. Gotcha. People just give all the credit for a game that to the most front-facing person they see. That's true. It's been unfortunate. It's, you know, it's auteur theory, right? I don't like it. You know, Bloodborne PSX was made by 4 people. 3, I guess. There's Corey, who did a lot of the initial texture work and a lot of the initial model work, and he painted the cover art. Evelyn Lark did all the music, and Wes Wiggins voiced one of the characters. But yes, Matt, thank you so much for working on this beautiful game. Your work is very appreciated. How the fuck do we get to the underbelly? Shit! I totally thought I had that. There's an underbelly entrance in the Bailey. Yeah, I had a feeling there's an underbelly entrance in here somewhere. Pseudoregalia rolls off the tongue for sure. Where is the fucking underbelly? I am the PS1 from Twitter. I don't know if I can take credit for all of PS1, but I am a PS1 character, Fursona, from Twitter. I'm so fucking lost. Relay says even things that once started out as one-person projects inevitably hire on a few people to help some things they blow up, because making a game by yourself, if you can avoid it, is like insane. Yeah, exactly. That's what happened with Bloodborne PSX. Single project brought a friend or 2 on to help. Right. The character pre-rendered? Nah, she's just keyframes. She just rendered at a lower frame rate. Where the fuck is the underbelly? Is this the big door they're talking about? I think this is it. There we go. Jesus Christ. Okay. I'm so happy to see a big PS1 craze going on. Love your animations. Been learning modeling just for the aesthetic. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Mario Kart 64 sprite. Do you mean regular Mario 64? No, you mean the pre-rendered sprite. We were talking about pre-rendered sprites. We finally found it, yeah. Okay, this is like the biggest level. Oh, we have some devs in chat. I want to confirm. Is it just the underbelly that has the PS1 vertex jitter? I'm curious. I just want to confirm that fact, because I always find that interesting. Yeah? Okay. Ugh! Yeah, I'm not asking why. I was just confirming that it was just this underbelly that has it for texture. Yeah, I can assume it's just because to make it look gross and unsettling. Make it stand out. Where's the little guy? Where's the little guy? My favorite little guy. Oh, Matt confirmed the texture, the unique like N64 looking texture filtering. I'm assuming that's what the trilinear bitmap interpolation is. Fuck is this key? This is the big central room, or one of the big central rooms. I need to find that like super big room we were in last time. Yeah, N60, yeah. Trilinear texture filtering, yes. I remember seeing this and being like, this reminds me, like I remember seeing a tweet talking about the texture filtering on N64. And then I remember seeing this and being like, ah, this reminds me of that tweet. This must be intentional. I don't... what are these for? Just like cut content or something? Like I'm seeing all these notes and I'm just like, driving me nuts. Cut content? Yeah, I assumed as much. Nope. Excuse me. I need to work on my pitch. Heat from fire. Fire from heat. This is the big room. Yeah. They're not dank memes, they're blank memes. You're so funny. This is new, I believe, unless I came in through here using a different door. No, I've been here before. I remember this. remember this. Excuse me. And 64 confirmed trisexual. Where is this fucking key? Ha! Nope, that's a... Huh. I've been through the tiny door. No, I've been here already. I mean, I've been everywhere already, it feels like. Matt, I'm going to have to assert the no backseating rule. I did ask for help once, and that was appreciated, but I don't want you backseating the entire time. Thank you. It's okay. It's okay. I understand how frustrating it is watching someone play a game you worked on and getting so close. Okay, this leaves the underbelly, so let's head... Well, that's not how doors work. So let's head back. Don't know why I did that. What is going on there? Oh. Anyways, let's check that little door some more. Big key, where are you? I need like the shrine radar thing from Breath of the Wild. Ah! I feel like I could have made that without the black sphere. Nope, this is it! This is the fucking room. This is the fucking room I was looking for. I remember this room and being like, there's no way I can do this. I'll come back for this later. See, I feel like, sorry, I don't want to, I don't want to backseat armchair dev too much. I think a way to mark a room as like I should come back to this later would have been nice. I don't know though. I'm gonna take that back. I don't know. We've talked about map stuff earlier. I don't want to go past that. I don't want an armchair developer. So I will stop. Wow. Okay. Orb room. Zig Ziguru, I do not want a small hint. I appreciate the offer, though. Oh, there it is. This is one of your rooms, Matt. Awesome. Ah! I always fuck up the backflip. The fucking air dash backflip and the ground pounds being mapped to the same button inputs, but with just different timing is... Oh, I made so many mistakes with that. There we go. Okay. Okay. All right, last question. Just to eliminate me getting lost for way too long. Last question. Where is the final key? The general area. The name of the level. The Kling Gem Tower? Okay. Cool. Okay. Honestly, that's all the direction I need. Like, I don't need a map. If it was just like, I don't know, maybe it's some secret collectible or something. Or... I do like this. I like this. It tells you where you found it. So you can, So you can go to the places that don't have a key in it. Right? I just don't have all the names of the areas memorized. But anyways. Welcome back, Matt. Sorry, you the same Matt who worked on Vernal Edge? Am I crossing some wires here? Okay, cool. Hi. Hello, Matt. Vernal Edge is great. Haven't finished it. That's one of those games I was talking about. Maybe I should stream... I was thinking about streaming that or excuse me, the Silent Hill replica game. What the fuck is that game called? Signalis. You started Vernal Edge. Yeah, you're the Vernal Edge. You're the Vernal Edge, Matt. Hello. That game is great. Thank you for hanging out. Yeah, how the fuck do we get out of here? Rhetorical question. Lunacid does sound familiar, but I can't conjure up an image of what the game was like. Gargme asked. I think this is the way out. I remember the round door. There's a little guy. Okay, I think this is an exit. I think this is the exit here. Oh, excuse me. I want to say the wall kick reminds me of the hover jet in Mario Sunshine, where I find myself using the wall kick as a crutch, even if I didn't need to use it. I'm not saying it's bad, it's just an observation I'm making. Right, doesn't this, what does it say again? Sorry, let me actually read it. A tower holding the a tower holding the essence of the princess, never to be seen again. But with 3 powers of the sun, one can find their own path. Heat from fire, fire from heat. So I'm guessing the key is just higher up. Yeah, okay. Now that we have not all the abilities, but most of them, there's 2 left. I don't know if they're optional or not. Don't answer that. Hell yeah. Ah, I couldn't see! Having a crutch like that isn't a bad thing. Yeah, like I said, it's not a bad thing. It's just an observation I'm making. So I don't want to come off as criticizing. I'm just like I said, I'm just trying to start a conversation about game design. That works too. This is a good track. I really like it. I'm kind of disappointed in myself for not finishing the tower when I first got here. I forgot. I got the cling gem or whatever it's called. I want to climb that. I want to climb that so bad. And then I left, and my brain like flagged this tower as finished, when that very much wasn't the case. Hold on, I'll figure this out. Don't worry. Getting a conversation about game design is one of the dangers of watching someone making games play a game. I'm not quite sure I understand what you're trying to convey there. I feel like I need to jump from over there. This just sends us on a roundabout. Right, hold on, let me try it again. Let me just confirm. No, this gets us Yak. Okay. Huh. Ah! Okay, no, I think I can do that. Hold on. I'm gonna try again. Huh? Interesting. Okay, let me try again. I got this. I fucking got this. Don't worry. Don't you fucking worry your pretty little heads. Yes! Hell yeah. Okay. I am Serge, just subscribe. Thank you so much. Now, is that rounded enough for me to... Yes, okay. Whoa! Oh, that's the big gate. Okay, cool. Sitting upon a lonely throne, forgotten in the keep. On the center stage for all to see in the theater. Oh, here's the hints. Atop a distant tower beckoning the lost livestock. Okay. These are the hints where all the keys are. Deep in the underbelly, surrounded by holes. Yeah, these hints. These are the hints I needed. I just never found this. Appointed by the guarded hand in the bailey. I mean, that's here. The distant tower beckoning the lost livestock. Is that here? Is that not here? Oh, pfft. LMAO! Okay. This reminds me of Breath of the Wild, where I find, like, genre-defining mechanics, like, 300 hours into the game. Okay, here we go. Oh, a cutscene! What? This game doesn't have cutscenes? Ocarina of Time, Bridge of Light moment. I'm eating my Taco Bell! Eat your Taco Bell during the cutscenes. Well. Okay, so let's not fuck with the collision. Did I get Baja Blast? Of course I did. Good bridge. Good door. Really builds up anticipation. Hey, is that what the fucked up goat person said? Actually, hold on. I want to read that again. Tester mindset, yeah. I can't read it. It goes way too fast. All right, final boss. Second boss in the whole game and the final boss. Oh no, she's hot! Oh no, she's hot! I like her axe hair. I can't. This lock on camera. Come on. Okay. Wow, hell yeah. Oh, come on, seriously. Come on, come on, come on. This range attack is coming in clutch. This fucking camera! Did I win? Hell yeah. Not really the kind of person you want to hang out with, right? I barely remembered what she was really like at this point. Oh, sorry. You're probably wondering who I am. Honestly, I don't really know anymore. Nobody special, I guess. Excuse me, but then that's the whole reason you're here, right? I get it. I can't just hide here forever and pretend I don't exist. I'm sure I'll find something worth being awake for. Maybe I'll finally get into photography. That'd be nice, I think. So thanks, Goat Bunny Cat Lady. Sybil? Got it. Ooh, the silent protagonist talking in between text boxes. We love that. I'll make sure to write it down as soon as I wake up. I don't want to forget you too. I'm sure you've got someone else to help out, right? So yeah, thanks. Take care, Sybil. So she's like a dream hopper? Where's the credits? Come on, give us credits. That was a really good game. That was a really good short little game. Where's the credits? Where's the Dream Hopper? She has to disguise herself as what already exists in the dream is the current theory to the story. Yeah, like vaguely like the other bunny character. What the Klonoa. There we go. There we go. Yeah, it's where the Bunless is vaguely based on. with the spiky ears. Good vibe. I'm having a celebratory Taco Bell. Now the question is, who are we? I'm guessing since the weapon is called the Dream Breaker, she maybe wakes people up. Yeah. Am I gonna link the Discord? I'm not sure what you mean. Like the Pseudoregalia Discord? I don't know the link to that. Phoenix says, thanks for showing your playthrough. Of course, I think it was the first game we played from start to end on stream. Okay. Well, now what? I mean, well, Bloodborne Kart, obviously. But what game am I playing next? Play Bloodborne. I do need to stream Bloodborne PSX. A developer stream. Kitty, Sekiro. Sorry. I want to stream small indie games that might deserve the attention. I want to use my platform to platform small indie games. Not right now, though. I'll think about it. I might do a second playthrough of Vernal Edge. I never finished it. Or Signalis. Or a newer game. Oh! No, I know what I'm streaming next. In fact, I'm going to start it up right now to cement it in my brain. So I remember to play it. This is a game that I bought, I'm pretty sure. And I was like, I have to play this. This is very important. Not important, but a game that I'm really interested in. I'm forgetting what it's called. It is a like top-down pixel art platformy combat-y game. I want to say there's a lot of really good trans rep in it. Cyberpunky. What is it called? Oh gosh, it came out like last year. Not Crosscode, not Signalis. Oh, what is it called? What is it called? I guess I don't have it. owned. I'm going through my Steam library right now. BBKart indie game, cyberpunk with a lot of trans rep. Not really narrowing the list down. Fuck. Fuck. I'm so angry. Well, I'll hopefully figure it out before the next stream because we're done with that. However, there is a cat on my lap. She's clipping. She keeps clipping. There we go. Anno Mutationum. I have played that game. Not close, but no. It's like a pixel art top down. Oh, I forget what it's called. Anyways, let's beat up BBKart. Bloodborne carts. Boom. Okay, switched over. I did enjoy Anno Mutation. It's the bottom of the cat clipping. Goodness. Oh no, where'd she go? Goodness. Oh, so annoying. Luna, you're being very annoying right now. I hope you know that. Good enough. You know, it's probably on Casey Explosion's curator list. I forget how to find curator lists. Let me go on their Twitter. Okay, can't find Casey Explosion's list. I'm not gonna waste any more time trying to get that set up. I don't want too much dead air on the stream. So yeah, let's just jump straight into BBKart. Wendy, we're gonna finish up the Shadows of Yharnam animations today, and that'll probably be for today's stream. We're almost at 5 hours now. I try to keep these at 6. That's like a full day of work for me. Well, we did play a lot of Pseudoregalia there, so we did beat it, which is great. I'm glad we got that under our belts. Maybe I should play Diaries of a Spaceport Janitor. Never finished that one. That's like a darling though. I don't think that needs any more attention. It's got, I mean, you know, any indie game is worth more attention, but it's definitely had its run already. Kitty, not on the desk. Not on the desk. To get off the desk. Not on the desk. Silly cat. Hi, kitty. I hope you're having a good little sit on my lap. What do you say to that, kitty? What a silly kitty. Oh. Magic Bottle. It's basically every time you boot up Unreal Engine, it compiles every single one of your blueprints. So basically, the bigger the project, the longer it takes to boot. That's not inherently an Unreal Engine related issue. So at the end of development, or once your code base is filled out, it will take longer to boot than at the start. So don't think that's like a indicative of how Unreal boots every single time. It is cached, but I do think, I mean, I'm not an engine programmer, so I couldn't tell you. But there is a cache. There's a saved folder. Maybe I remember the information wrong, but I do know that the bigger your game is, the longer it takes to compile. That's something I have manually confirmed over the course of, you know, making and releasing several games. I guess several might be too many games. There, how's that? So I think we need to do Death and Call Beyond, I think, are the two remaining animations, unless I'm forgetting something. We spent all of yesterday on just the melee weapons. I think that was yesterday. No, 2 days ago on just melee weapons because it's 3 characters, so it's a pain in the ass to animate. So I think all that's left is Call Beyond. Zombie plays this. Gosh. Yeah. Anyone from FromSoft, really. I wonder if anyone from FromSoft's played Bloodborne PSX. Anyone who worked on Bloodborne has played Bloodborne PSX. I wonder what their thoughts are. Who knows? Yeah, sorry, I'm just vibing. We were just talking about all attention is given to the most forward-facing person in Pseudoregalia, and now we're all like, I wonder what Miyazaki thinks. Says Warren Spector, the creator of... Oh gosh, okay. Let's get back on track. Oof. Oh goodness. Okay. Oh, do you want to see progress on Ravenlith? Here. If it'll fucking load. Obviously the helmet's not done yet. But I'm pretty proud of this. I need to figure out a seam here. Probably put a buckle down. Just some small details here and there. Also really proud of the triangle count. Obviously Bunless head, her little brain. Her head scaled down halfway so the helmet fits. Yeah, her head holds a lot of triangles just because she has so many like small and shrunken down assets hidden inside her head that holds all her props. But like, yeah, excluding that, like this is 869 triangles, not bad. But anyways, we're gonna open up Shadows of Yharnam. Brain full of triangles. It's true, it's true. Her hat's in there. I think there's a second pair of goggles in there. I should probably also just optimize Bunless' head a little bit. I don't know. It's tough. Excuse me. Okay. So Call Beyond is definitely the most, not the most. I guess the melee attack would be the most intensive animation. It depends on the character. But Call Beyond is one of the most involved animations, which makes sense. It's the blue shell, so like it makes sense that it has a lot of effort put into it. You know, flashy. But yeah. Unsighted! Yes! Yes, Grizzly Boar! Unsighted! Unsighted! Yes! Whoops, that's my dev tools. The other gay robot game. I want to play this one. I've wanted to play this for a very long time. Alright, so I'm gonna go ahead and just add this to my cart. I guess I can buy it now. Off screen, obviously. Let's say, okay, so the animation will probably not take a whole segment of the stream. So I'm gonna go ahead and install this. Maybe we can get it started at the end of the stream. We'll see. Okay, it's been purchased. That is no longer on my lap, so she is getting it off. Have you played mech games or Armored Core? I tried to branch out. I played fucking Daemon X Machina, and you know, I very, very open about how I did not like that game very much. Fast food Armored Core. No offense to people making it, but that's just, you know, it just didn't really land, in my opinion. I appreciate the effort that was put into it, but there was a lot of design. I don't know. It felt like it didn't have a proper direction. I felt like they were implementing mechanics because they could, without really thinking too much about it. Like there's a whole half of the game with you running around. You exit your mech and you run around, and that is never used. You could upgrade your character. You can do all this crazy stuff. Upgrade your character, run around, jump. You have a little drone that you never use it. if I'm not mistaken. There might be like a level somewhere that forces you to like do it on foot or something, but it's just yeah, but I see, like, as a person who would want to make an Armored Core like homage revival, being like, wouldn't it be cool if you can exit your mech and run around, right? So like I get that. So I just feel like it was like just designed or like built without much design. And you can kind of tell. That's my assumption anyways. I could be wrong, right? I'm not gonna pretend like I know what happened into going into that game's development. That's just the vibe I get. Yes, on ninjas. It is a very difficult question. You know, it's like swimming mechanics, but significantly worse. Right. I think swimming mechanics have been like deconstructed and not deconstructed, but discussed. Hold on, this is the wrong. You're basically doubling your mechanical complexity. Right? That's why swimming sucks in so many games. Because it is a whole different suite of movement options that have significantly less time put into it. Drive. Hold on. Call the arms. Use idle. Right. And if you're talking about getting out of the mech and walking around, like the mech is the main gameplay. Getting out of the mech and walking around is a third-person game. Third-person games, a human third-person game, has a lot of expectations. There is a high bar of quality when you're running around the world as a human being in a third-person perspective. There are a lot of, being compared to swimming in water, there are a lot of expectations there. And meeting that as a secondary mode of movement is always going to be an uphill battle. Why bother, right? That's the question that someone asked in chat. Ninja says, why would I pilot something other than a mech that I personally created? Exactly. Titanfall kind of nails it, but Titanfall's designed almost backwards. It's a first-person shooter where you pilot a mech. It's not a mecha game where you also do some first-person shooting, right? And I want to say, this is just my opinion, but because of that difference, it's backwards in Titanfall, I do think the mech gameplay is a bit lacking. Running around on foot is more interesting because it's a shooter, it's a first-person shooter where you can also pilot a mech. It is not a mecha game where you do some first-person shooting, right? I'm not plugged into the Titanfall community. Is that a hot take? Is that a lukewarm take? Is that going to get me canceled on the internet? I have no idea. That was the feeling I got from Titanfall. I guess that's why I'm always a little bit, not off-put, but I kind of, when people say, well, Titanfall's a mecha game, and I'm like, kinda a mecha game. But yeah, if I were to put it into words, because it's a first-person game where you also pilot a mech. Like how Daemon X Machina is a mecha game where you're also in third person. I don't know. I'm excited for Armored Core 6 because it's a mecha game first and foremost, and only. But that's what I mean, though. When like getting out of the mech and walking around, it's kind of honeypot. It's kind of a pipe dream. Ninja says, Titanfall, the game where you use $1 billion mech for 45 seconds before it's destroyed. Beano Wolf says, if you're thinking about the mecha, yeah, it's just a power-up for the FPS game loop. Right. It's a first-person game, and then you get to your mech, and it's a first-person game, but you're big. But also your enemies are big. So, yeah. That's why, because like, if I were to judge Titanfall as a mech game, I guess I would say I wouldn't think of it that highly as a mecha game. You know, like don't even try to compare Titanfall to Armored Core. Like you can't compare Titanfall to Armored Core. They're just two fundamentally different games. So I guess Snake should also be doing Call Beyond. If Daemon X Machina was an open world game where the mech was like a vehicle you could use to get around, and then it can get out and walk around or something, that would make more sense. Yeah. If you couldn't tell, I have a lot of thoughts about Daemon X Machina. Me too. It's an unfortunate disappointment. Like I really do not wish any ill will towards the developers of that game. They were trying their best. But I do have to admit that I found that game disappointing as an Armored Core fan who was like, holy shit, finally. Right? And like, I wish it wasn't. I wish it was good, but I just didn't find it good. And that's sorry, this is the bike animation for it, but he's on a cart, so it looks like he's standing on the cart. Beano Wolf says, I agree. Titanfall is more an FPS game than a mecha game. When someone asks me about mecha games, I think more about MechWarrior and Armored Core. Right, because I mean, I'm not going to try and define a genre. And like mecha games as the mecha genre is, I mean, we talk about how ridiculous genre names are. Right, like mecha genre is not even really a genre. It's a visual aesthetic, right? So I can't define mecha as a genre. Mecha genre could mean anything. But if you were to ask me what would be the appeal of a mecha game, it's not just walking around as a big guy that's made of metal instead of a regular sized guy that's made of flesh. It's like, that is the appeal. There is appeal to that, but it's also managing the mech. It's building the mech, right? That's a very important part, the garage. That's the most fun part in Armored Core. Getting to stomp around as a big dude, as a big metal guy, that's just the reward. That's not the gameplay itself. The snakes have to call beyond, sorry. It's very important. Mech Warrior is one of the Enders, Armored Core, Front Mission, Metal Wolf Chaos. Metal Wolf Chaos is Armored Core Light. Okay, Metal Wolf Chaos. Okay, here we go. Metal Wolf Chaos and Daemon X Machina are both Armored Core Light. But Metal Wolf Chaos is a better job. Because it's made by From Software, right? Like, I'm sure they made a fork off of, or imported code from their Armored Core games when they made Metal Wolf Chaos. Metal Wolf Chaos is a mecha game through and through. Because like you have the garage in between missions. You're mostly just upgrading weapons. Like, you're customizing weapons, but yeah, Metal Wolf Chaos is a good Armored Core light. L-I-T-E, not L-I-K-E. Okay, now we just need to make this loop. So I usually do simple loops What's the difference between light and like? Good question. We're once again talking about genre titles in the video game industry, which means it's impossible to define. But I mean, just like is similar to, light is a smaller version of, right? A Souls like would be Lords of the Fallen, right? Or the Surge or whatever. But a Souls light, I guess, would be Souls but simplified. I can't think of an example off the top of my head. Outside of, it is a lesser version of Souls because not intentionally, but because, it was designed poorly or was rushed or whatever. MWC. I'm not sure what MWC is. Tunic is a Zelda-like, but it is a Souls-light. I need to play Tunic. Do you like respawn at bonfires in Tunic or something? I'm assuming. Okay, so this is just an animation hack of mine. I'm sure this is a common knowledge for animators, but it is something I've discovered by myself. I'm not saying that means I think this is a unique technique that no one else has used. But when I do simple loops like this, I animate a simple up and down, or whatever, an A and B, and then lerp it back to A. And then the secret is to... Oh, hold on. I need to animate the snakes first. Hold on. Hold on. Let's animate the snakes. I'm sure you all, if you've been watching regularly... first off, thank you so much for watching regularly. But I never expect anyone to watch regularly, so no pressure. But I do this, and then I... duplicate the keyframes, either on either side or just backwards. So it's like a loop. And then offset it. You offset each limb, right? So we're going to offset the top half of the body bones by 1 frame. And then we're going to offset the hands and the head by 1 frame. That already looks better. We're going to offset one of these hands by another frame. Actually, we're not. We're going to offset just the rotation and not the location of the frame. And that looks pretty good. I am so evil. I am going to use Call Beyond to take out first place. I don't know why I made them speak like that. They don't speak. But here's a simplified version of this. Here. Cube. Second cube. Parent to the first cube. This is a bad example. We duplicate this guy. Delete. Here. Okay, here. I'm going to save this as delete. Go like this. Another frame at the end. And then the middle frame's like this. Right? The autistic hand flap. Now, if we... Oh, and also... Yeah, and then we're going to do the same thing with the body. Like this, right? So we duplicate them back, and then we offset the hands because it's further up the chain of the body. We offset it. That looks better. And then even more, if we offset the rotation after the location, like it looks there's follow through, right? Compared to this. That's just a trick I picked up. You enhance the wiggles, exactly. Okay, so this is Call Beyond. Are we good? I also like offsetting, snakes, so they're not synced. Obviously they're synced, they're all looping on a 6-frame loop, but they're not perfectly in sync. Their keyframes are off by little bits. Enhance wiggle. I'm not too proud of this. But also I need to finish this character so I can move on. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Same loop length, different cycle. Yeah, exactly. You have to offset it. You need that internal mood. Oh, what? I'm not super proud of this, but I gotta move on. He's going down a roller coaster. It's true, ninjas. On ninjas. The next character should be a bomb Biwa so you can save on animation. Yeah. That was Baby Murgo. The invisible racer. From where have I learned this, Beano Wolf? Just practice experimentation. Magic Bottle says, good question. I've only done a tiny amount of animation in Blender so far. How come your bones are simple lines? Oh, right here. I mean, right here. Where is it? Here, viewport display under object property. You're thinking of octahedral. You're thinking of these, right? But you could change it to be a stick. I just like stick because it takes up less visual space. But you can also do wire, which is even less, but not enough information for me to see. So I like stick. Just the display thing, yeah. That's it. Yeah, octahedral, in my opinion, takes up too much space. But also, I don't make like control rig, visual rig stuff. So because I'm a hack. Yeah, you can change it. You don't have to deal with the massive bones covering up your whole mesh. Sticks are good. I will use octahedral if I have to worry about the roll, right? Because you can see the roll here on the bone. Or let's use this one. Hold on. Let's just use this one as an example. Like you can see the roll here, but when I'm in stick, like I'm rolling it, but you can't see anything. So octahedral does have its uses, but I primarily I primarily keep it on stick. Okay, so use idle and then clip. Call beyond clip. It's called clip because the full animation is just the call beyond, right? Upstretch the arms, slam together, and then shoot the beams out, and then go back to idle. But the clip starts from the arms up. That's why it's called clip. I don't use the full animation anymore. Black Bloom says, did you realize when you started Shadows of Yarna how much work they were going to be? Yes, I did. 3 characters, 9 snakes. If you were in the earlier stream, you might have seen me being like, I have to rig the snakes, don't I? I was planning on making the snake static. It'd just be rigged to the bones, just be rigged to the chest, the spine bone. Just because I didn't want to animate 9 fucking snakes, but I had to. I had to animate the snakes. The snakes are the appeal. Snakes. It's the map of snakes in Bloodborne, PS4. Like that, like I had no choice. 48. Is this you trying to push my limits? Not intentionally. I mean, this game is me pushing my limits for sure. Every game should be, as you get better, your standard should get higher to match, right? But if your goal is to improve, if you're satisfied with your level, then you can just level out and keep making games of the same quality if you think that quality is high enough, you know. But I am pushing myself because I want my next game, Space Gaze, to be as good as it possibly can be. I have a lot of high expectations for that game, so a lot of this is practice. Bunless, as a character, is Space Gaze practice at the end of the day. I don't want to like overhype that game. But yeah, a lot of this is just Space Gaze practice. You got to be driving cars in Space Gaze, and they're gonna probably handle very similarly to these carts. The shadows have the stoicism, but the noodles have the charm. The noodles got all the riz. Space Gaze. You've not heard of this. Yeah, I'm intentionally being kind of quiet about it because, like I said, I don't want to overhype something that's still just an idea in my head. I don't want to do that. But yeah, it gets a oh, the snakes are also calling beyond. It is hard to define. A character action game, but you shoot instead of melee. So I guess Vanquish-like is kind of the word I'm using right now. That's basically it. You are a bunch of transsexuals blowing up capitalism. I really want it's gonna be cyberpunk. I really want it to be, explore the transhumanism aspect of cyberpunk, which I think is very lacking in a lot of modern cyberpunk media. Because, it's made by primarily cisgender heterosexual people. And that's only one aspect of human life. And I'm trying to say this nicely, but I guess I'll stop trying. A lot of transhumanism in cyberpunk media is, oh my god, what if he had a gun for an arm? Wouldn't that be fucked up? And or wouldn't that be cool? And that's not even scratching the surface. That's running a single finger lightly on the surface of transhumanism in cyberpunk media. And I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm just saying a lot of contemporary cyberpunk is that. Right? Wouldn't it be fucked up if you had a gun for an arm? And that's just so boring. That's nothing. It's nothing. And I really want to explore that further. Hold on. What frame is the shoot? 21? Okay. And I want to explore that further. I want to explore... It's harder to turn gender into a gameplay mechanic than a gun arm. Yeah, I guess right. And that's kind of where... And like the gameplay... Like the main character has a gun arm. I mean, this is her. Right? But there's also like a Mass Effect romance system, or I guess a social link persona system. Basically, you collect girlfriends like Pokemon. It's a polycule, and they each like kind of represent a different aspect of transhumanism, or just transgender identity. And I want there to be an android. I want there to be an android that talks about consciousness. I feel like these are all very common topics. I just think from a transgender perspective, there could be more to say. Or at least that voice could be said louder. I hope that makes sense. I don't think I'm going to be like breaking new ground and saying super interesting, unique things that no one's ever said before. I just want to say it louder. I guess that's it. If I'm going to use my platform to like actually talk about trans issues, like I'm not a politician. I'm not going to pretend that me, quote retweeting the president and saying get fucked or something is activism. And I think, that leaves my art, me talking about these issues in my art. And that's also not activism, I don't think. I don't know. That there's a discussion there to be had. But I'm not pretending. I don't want to pretend like it's any more than it actually is. I don't know. It's tough. It's a tough topic, but it's something I want to explore. A lot of my games are, I'm not going to say devoid of politics because that is a oxymoron. But the politics that can be gleaned from the art that I make is usually like unintentional, I guess. Bloodborne can be read as a trans narrative, right? And regardless of authorial intent. And I think that's interesting. And a demake of that by a trans woman is inherently political, right? But it wasn't an intentional statement. Same for Arcus. Arcus had nothing to say when I started that game's production because I was still closeted and I had nothing to say. But as I came out during that game's development, that story formed, and I had no subtle politics rather than overt, which can bring the issue that you can't bash bigots over the head with it. Yeah. But to get back to Argus, like a story did rise out of that, and I do think it is pretty trans. I don't know. It was just raw emotion when I was animating and creating the ending for Argus. I still don't really know what it says, but it is a political statement of some sort. I guess what I'm saying is I want to actually take charge of that for my next game. I think that is the important thing I need to do. Right? Bloodborne Cart's a meme. Bloodborne Cart's a shitpost. And I love shitposting. You know that. Or if you don't, you know it now. And of course, there are things to say, political statements to say from shitposting, even one that is Bloodborne Cart. But once again, that's not intentional. Arcus or noob, Arcus. It is a small little game that is, in my opinion, mid, kind of janky. Got a lot of character, in my opinion. Put a lot of work into the visuals, and the story. Everyone liked the story. Not everyone, but people liked the story. It's like an hour and a half long. I learned a lot. That's kind of where I cut my teeth, so to speak. But yeah, I want my next game to actually say something. I feel like I'm time for a 2-hour video essay about Bloodborne Cart. Yeah, for reals. But yeah, that's kind of what I want to do, and I want to, for gameplay, I want to experiment. with a lot of, I want to re-examine a lot of pre-established conventions that we never question anymore. Like I feel like a broken record saying this. But like how cameras work in games. Right? Earlier we were talking about don't listen to the criticism of a game. The feedback. When it comes to feedback, don't listen to the feedback. Listen to what caused them to give that feedback, right? Arcus, ARCUS, that's correct, Sir Newt. Where was I going with this? Sorry, I lost my train of thought. But yeah. Oh, right, camera. Basically, camera tied to the right stick. Right? People say camera controls on gamepad are bad. Right? But that's not the full story. Camera controls on the right joystick is imprecise. That's true. The traditional camera control setup on the right joystick is imprecise. That is a true statement. But that doesn't mean that camera control on consoles, no matter what, will be imprecise. It's just that one control setup. Right? You push the stick to the right and it'll rotate the camera to the right or left if you're inverted. Right? Who says that, says Subors? Every single FPS enjoyer on PC. Basically. The PC master race, if you want to use old terminology. But basically, I want to experiment with that. Can we do something else with the camera? Would there be a different function of the right stick? Who knows? I don't know. I want to experiment. I can't. I just want to experiment. I want to look at that and see what I can come up with. Why does this look bad? Does it look bad? Have I just been staring at it for too long? I do find a lot of interest for old gen games that existed before controls were standardized. You see a lot of weird stuff. Exactly. Remember, excuse me, White House says, remember that review that described the controls of that one Alien versus Predator game as horrible, as some horrible foreign thing, alien thing, and you look at it and realize it's exactly what modern controls for that kind of game are? Makes you think, huh? Anyways, I guess my hot take is I think mapping the camera controls to the right stick in the traditional way that most first person games are might want to, maybe shouldn't be as standard as it is. Yeah. I don't know. I just want to look at it And even if I look at it and decide that that's the option going forward, I don't think that'll be a waste of time. I just want to look at it, you know? See if there's a better way of doing things. Hello, Freakish Mango. How you doing? Phoenix says, went back to most silently lurking, but I appreciate your talks and your thoughts. Well, thank you. I always feel like I'm just like babbling and rambling. All these poor snakes are all matched together. I enjoy talking about these things. This is kind of one of the main reasons why I wanted to get into streaming. On top of, you know, showing my process off, because a lot of people ask about how I make my art. The question is, what else would the right joystick be good for? I still want it to be camera. I just think the default controls of push it to the right to rotate slowly or quickly so you lose precision might not be the best option. I'm thinking about flick stick or mapping quick turn camera to like the joysticks or L1, R1. I don't know. I don't know until I experiment, until I do research and development. And I can't do that because I'm making BBKart. Here's it. Yeah, using it as a motion controls for Skyward Sword. Yes, you know, sword movement. That does feel good. The skate games used it for doing tricks, and I remember really enjoying that. That always felt super fucking intuitive. You did to change the speed of the skeletons boogieing during a race. Yeah, exactly. Dark Souls basically popularized the idea of using shoulder buttons for attacking. Yeah, I would say so. But why did they do that? So you wouldn't have to take your stick off the camera. Your stick off the camera. Take your finger off the camera stick. Right? Yeah. Potentially. Maybe. I don't know. Who knows? I wasn't there. I haven't read the design document. But like you see how that one thing, camera stick being camera mapped to the right stick, just explodes out into designing the rest of the game. And it's not a bad thing, but it's just such a big influence. How many types of games are we missing? Entire games, entire genres, even potentially. Who knows that we're missing because we just default to cameras on the right stick. You know, how different would the game industry be if motion controls weren't so thoroughly rejected by the hardcore gamers because they were upset that the Wii wasn't made for them or advertised as not being made for them. So they had to hate it. And therefore motion controls had to be hated. Right? Like, I'm sure there are some Splatoon people in chat, potentially. Oh, outfit swap. Hold on. Hello. I am Nunlith now. Yes, Splatoon motion controls are good. Motion controls are a mixed bag. Just like any mechanic or any input device, it's depending on the user. It's depending on how it's used. Right? Like, I could say joysticks are a mixed bag. It's it's not really on the input method. It's how it's used. Of course, motion controls are good when it's designed well, just like the right stick or the concept of buttons or fucking the touchpad, you know? But yes, Magic Bottle, exactly what you're saying. I was skeptical about the motion controls in Splatoon, but then my aim got so much better and inverted. Exactly. Because motion controls are better at camera controls. Sorry, I'm not gonna say better. Motion controls are more precise camera movements than a right joystick. For precise camera movement, you obviously can't make big sweeping movements, but that's what the joystick is for. The joystick is for big sweeping movements, the motion controls is for the precision. Like, it's impossible to deny that that is a better method of aiming. Like there is data. Like, there are test beds for this. Aim with just the right stick, aim with right stick plus gyro. You know, like, and just accuracy is better with gyro. And comparable, vaguely comparable, if not slightly worse than the mouse. And Ninja's gyro aiming doesn't really work for me. I use my hand position too much. It depends on the implementation. There is the narrow video on motion controls is very good. It talks over the stigma, brings up a lot of the talking points against the stigma, and brings it up. Like, it just showed a video of 6 people using motion controls or using a controller, and he was just like, which one of these is using motion controls? And it just showed like 6 dudes sitting in a chair with a controller in their hand, and he just said they all are. You know, like, when you think of motion controls, you think of, you know, the marketing, you think of the guy wildly swinging his hands around, but like, you're just sitting there rotating 1 or 2 degrees to get that precise aim in. Like, if you've played Splatoon, you know what I'm talking about. Like, Splatoon people have been converted, but they're in their own little bubble, and it's just super annoying that every game console nowadays, except for Xbox, have a gyro in their controller, but so many shooters just don't use it because of the stigma. Yeah, get Splatoon pills. I mean, I've never played Splatoon in my life, but I am a motion controls believer. Anyways, that's enough hot takes for now. But that's, yeah, everyone's got the Kinect in mind whenever they think of motion controls. Right, exactly. They're like, oh, I don't want to flap my arms. I don't want to get tired out and flap my arms, right? But if it's not, I'm normal, I'm fine. Anyways, to get back on topic though, that is an alternate control for the camera that it's hard to deny is better than the default camera on the right stick setup. But there is also a giant misinformation campaign kicked off by gamers, angry gamers who didn't, not gamers, Wii haters, Nintendo haters, over the course of a decade. Oof. Steam Deck, most of the games come with gyro for slight adjustment and right stick for rotation. Yeah. Anyway, I'm not saying that Space Gaze will have gyro aim. I mean, I would probably add support for it, or I would like to, but I'm just bringing up the idea of alternate camera controls. Right? And I want to explore that. After playing so much M plus KB, so much of normal joystick aiming is such a drag. Motion really helps to ease it. I'm not sure what M plus KB is. Mouse and keyboard. Space Gaze is the Guitar Hero controller. Yeah, exactly. Okay, that looks good. I like how the snakes slam together. And then we need to do the shoot, which is just the arms get blasted downwards as the magic comes out. And then we go back to PS Vita had a lot of games using motion control capabilities like Gravity Rush. Don't get me started on Gravity Rush. Actually, I need to take a quick bio break, and then we can talk about Gravity Rush. I'll be right back. I'm back, everyone. Sorry, I got a delivery I had to deal with. But I'm back. What are we talking about in chat? Graphics? We're not talking about graphics. We're not worse graphics, are we? Right, we were going to talk about Gravity Rush. So catch me up. What's happening in chat? I want to delay the stream any more than I have. The quality of graphics is proportional to how close to 1,000 triangles you are. It's true. Okay, so the magic is getting fired out of their hand, or the slug, I guess. Boom. Pushed in. Where do I enable that object bone poly counter? Oh, up here? Click. Okay, you see these two circles here? You can't. You see these two circles here? Click this drop down. And then go click on statistics. That's it. At the end of the day, graphics aren't the be-all end-all. It's just an entry point to a game. The real meat of Bones is gameplay performance. Yeah, there's a nuanced discussion to be had. I'm sure you've all been having in the comments. Cat's back on my lap. You know what that means. Aren't you a good kitty? Yes, you are. You are a good girl, and you're floating. Hold on. There we go. What a kitty. Blender is truly a tool that you can never finish learning. It's true. Yes, you are a good kitty. You are a good kitty. Mwah, mwah, mwah. You're so cute. I'm glad that Blender, sorry, it just says, I'm glad Blender's UI has massively improved over the years, but it's so strange to me that critical information isn't always shown by default. True. They're getting better at it, but it's definitely a snail's pace. Yes, you are a good kitty. I love you. Despite how much of a scrungler you are. Open source software be like that. Yeah, if that's the price I gotta pay, you know, for something to be open source, then I'm down for that. There, that looks like a slam and then a boom, a slam and a shoot. I think that should be good enough. Well, I mean, who knows? We'll see. You never know how it's going to look and feel until you're actually using it in engine. But this looks pretty, it looks like a good start at least that we can modify. Let's just get back to the idle. Linux nerds, says Grizzly Boar. Let's make something wildly obtuse so we can make fun of everyone who complains about how hard our software is to use. Oh my god, I have a fucking story for y'all talking about Linux nerds. Real quick though. Atomic Jest is asking if Voltaire is going to be in the game. Probably not as much as I'd like to. He is just a, I have like 12 slots. I'm planning 12 characters. That there are significantly more characters in Bloodborne than 12. And that means I have to include the most important, most iconic characters. Unfortunately, Voltaire is not one of them. I would love to add. But, uh-oh, did the stream just die? Did the stream just die, or am I back? I hate it when the stream dies. Well, I guess I'm exclusively talking to the archive people watching me on YouTube. How are you doing, archive people? Don't forget to leave a comment. If you actually read this, if you actually heard this part, YouTube archive watchers, leave a comment. Say, I heard this part. We're back! Hello! Sorry, I was speaking to the YouTube archive watchers because the stream was down. You'll never know what I said unless you watch the archive on YouTube. It is a mystery. Okay, but to go back to where we were, Grizzly Boar says, Linux nerds, let's make something wildly obtuse so we can make fun of anyone who complains about how hard our software is to use. I have a story about that, but Voltaire. Atomic just asked about Voltaire. I'm going to say, quick version, no, because I only have 12 character slots. I have 12 racers planned, which means I have to include the most iconic characters and unfortunately leave the lesser iconic characters out. And unfortunately, Voltaire is in the second camp. I'm sorry. It is unfortunate. I can't include everyone though, so I'm going to disappoint someone. I'm only one bunny. But to get to talking about Linux nerds, I was working on my first tech job, I guess, was for a product called AdPod. And what that product, that looks much better. What that product did was basically imagine a giant phone, like a 6-foot-tall phone, on the wall or standing up in a mall, in a public area, right? And it would play advertisements, but it would also play games that patrons or whatever would walk by and play with this advertisement game. That was my first job, right? This is going somewhere, I promise. Excuse me. And it was like a team of 6 people, and all the CEOs who got overpaid, and all the executive people who got overpaid, and there was me and 2 other software people. It was made in Unreal Engine. The advertisement games were made in Unreal Engine, so that's where I came in. And I had a history making mobile games with Arcus. That's not true. I started Arcus while working at AdPod. That's not what got me the job, but I had an interest in mobile games, and that's what got me in, I guess. And so we, ran Windows, and we were making, our game in Unreal Engine, and, we're testing it out, we're launching it, and on launch day, the thing was installed at the location, I don't remember where, and it wasn't working. And the game wasn't installing, and none of us were there, and we were like, what the fuck is going on? And it turned out that the hardware guy was a Linux nerd, and he installed Linux on the AdPod while none of us were looking, and was complaining about how our game we built for Windows was not installing. Like, holy shit. Ultimate Linux nerd. Like... like, it's so fun. I know what he was trying to do. He was trying to install Linux while none of us was looking, and being like, see, you didn't even notice, did you? See, Linux is superior, but that's just not how it fucking worked. That's just not how it works. Like, you really tried to get us there. Linux users. So funny. That was my first job. Didn't last long. Linux proselytizing. Does that even mean? I should have vine boomed there. Okay, forgot that part. Just forget the last 30 seconds. And then we learned that he installed Linux when we weren't looking, and expected... Hold on. I fucked it up. The button isn't working. Oh well. I tried to be funny and it didn't work. Why isn't it working? Oh shit. There we go. Delay. Very funny. Clip it and add it in post. It's not funny when it's not live. I mean, like, it is funny. Vine boom's always funny, but, I love this button so much. We need to add reverb part, for sure. Why isn't it working? Is it working? Kitty. Still kitty. Someone clip that, please. Okay, I think these are exported. Spending way too much time telling stories instead of actually animating. Luckily, we have a light work to load today. I think it's just these two animations. Enemies. Shadows of Yharnam should be in the bosses folder. This is like in grade school when kids would hammer the print button and it wouldn't work right away. And then it prints 50 copies, right? Of course, of course. Power-ups. It's the Call Beyond's power-up. Look at all these animations. These are all the animations for this character. It's a lot. A lot of them are like poses, not full animations, but you can see how much work goes into making a new racer. That's why it's been taking a while. We're at 10 now. That's a lot of animations. Here we go. The bonus fun was figuring out which printer in the school it went to. I sent a batch file to my professor one day that made his printer do that, actually. Do what? Play a Vine Boom? That would be very funny. Call Beyonds. I'm just gonna copy, just copy and paste. This is Eileen. Oh, excuse me. Kitty. What a kitty. I should have put it in the boss. I should have put Shadows of Yharnam in the boss folder just because it was the boss in the PS4 game. Call beyond clip. Paste at original time. Not hand R. I think this is hand R3. Hand R3. Yes. All right, let's see how this looks. Okay, well, first off, you are T-posing. Second off, I'm so silly. None of these animations are implemented into the system yet. What am I doing? I am such a silly belly. Sorry, in A pose. We talked about this earlier. Call beyonds. Here we go. Okay. Call beyonds. Prep. Hold on. Call beyonds. And then call beyond use idle. Okay. So now call beyonds. You are now holding it in your right hands. And then when you hold the button down to prep it, you do the idle, and then when we release, it will play the animation using a montage. Black Blooms is asking about why did T poses get replaced with A poses? I don't think it ever got replaced. They're kind of used interchangeably. I think it just depends on the priority of the rig, right? Like I use an A pose. I use an A pose because the introductory book I read for Blender told me to use an A pose. That's basically it. I might switch to T pose at some point. I think the T pose sounds more appealing. But yes, it's mostly for topology reasons. Basically it. Mostly a preference thing, from what I've seen, or a priorities thing. Yes! Shadows of Yarnum gets shortened to Soy, Ken Wolf. They're the Soy Boys. SOY, Shadows of Yarnum, Soy. How did I never know this? I never knew this until now. Soy power-up. They become vegan. No Ice, hello! Catching us near the end of the stream. I do want to play a little bit of Unsighted. Unsounded? Unsighted? Unsighted. We don't want to talk about being unsounded. We are going into, not air tricks, we're going to use power up. None-sighted. Sweet Static Bun says, hey Lilith, should I teach my rabbit how to play BBKart on the Donkey Kong bongos? I think you should. I think you should give it a shot. Call Beyond Release. Hello, Memento. 230_C. Michael Sama, first time chatter, says, hi, I love all the work you put out and I'm looking to start game design myself. I'm so excited to hear that. I'm really happy to hear people getting inspired by my work. Okay. That's good. And we need a death. Right now, the deaths are just static poses. I would like to do more elaborate death animations, but, you know, feature creep and all that. So we're just going to splay them out on the ground. That's mostly just what I do. I just splay them out on the ground. Blech. Interesting question. Are you any good at your own games? I would say I am above average, but I wouldn't say I'm like world class. I'm not, I'm not a speedrunner. I'm not going to be breaking any speedruns of my own game. But I would say I'm above average. Technically, right now, I am the best BBKart player in the world. You ain't wrong. But you know what I mean. Like once the game's out, people get their hands on it. I'll probably rank pretty high, but I wouldn't be the best. I probably wouldn't be like top 1% or whatever. Oh, and the poor snakes. Head upside down. This was something I did. This was a intentional design decision for animation in Bloodborne PSX. I ended up not sticking to it 100% because it depends on the enemy. But when enemies got knocked over but not dead, they would land on their stomachs. If they died, they would land on their backs. And I felt like that was a good way to differentiate if you knocked a character back. If they landed on their stomach or their back, a player could intuit if they were actually dead or not. That's not really the case here, but I am doing it for the snakes because they look dead here, but they look alive here, right? Just like a small thing. People probably don't even pick up on it, but they might intuit that. In GoldenEye, enemies only drop their guns when they die. Yeah, exactly, stuff like that. I mean, obviously the shadows are landing on their bellies, but this is a death animation for a kart racer. So it's less of a thing. But it's not true for every enemy. Like the pig, obviously, the giant pig, having it flop onto its back was a bit too awkward because of just how the anatomy works for a giant pig. So that's that wasn't really the case. But yeah, for a lot of the smaller enemies, birds, the carrion crows, the werewolves, the death of the huntsman. The huntsmen use hunter animations, so that might not be the case. But yeah, that was just a little thing I did. The rats. I forget if the rats do. They roll. They pencil roll when they die. Will they be piled over each other? I feel like they'd be piled over each other. You have any tips for Burnout? Like Burnout 3? Or do you mean the concept of crunching too hard? I really love Burnout 3. But that's probably not what you're talking about, I realize. Yeah, tips for Burnout. It's learning how to force yourself to stop working. If you have ADHD, like me, you might find yourself hyper-focusing. And even if you don't have ADHD, you might still be a person who hyper-focuses. And it's important to force yourself to stop working. I feel like burnout is something, at least for myself. Okay, Burnout Revenge is great. I do have a soft spot for Paradise. Anyways, I can only speak for myself, but Burnout is definitely a state, or I guess crunch. It is a state that I feel with my body. I'm starting to feel it now, actually. The tired eyes, the aching eyes, and it's kind of hard to put into words, but my limbs feel fuzzy. Not numb, but I feel fuzzy. I want to say that burnout is a state for me that I can now recognize. And when I recognize it, I force myself to stop. Sometimes. So learning to recognize how your body feels in a state of burnout is very important, because then you can recognize it and know when it's happening. And then you can take steps to stop it. But you can't sometimes. Bro, why are you floating? There we go. But you can't sometimes, especially at jobs, because they force you to keep working. And that's employee abuse. That's why everyone's so gung-ho about crunch these days. It's because it's employee abuse. You haven't been creative since you graduated school. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm a workaholic and I get out of burnout by working even harder. WMPC, that is not sustainable and I wouldn't recommend it. Blazel Rich 2961 just subscribed. Thank you so much for the sub. Like the shadows will be piled on top of each other, right? Being addicted to work, being a workaholic is not an ideal to strive for. That just glorifies crunch, right? So I would never say that, like, you know, the amount of work I get done because of crunch is something that I would ever look up to. It's a failure. It is a failure. Crunch is a failure. You did not budget your time correctly and you're paying the consequences. Either because, oh my gosh, Blazel Rich, get the tier 1 sub to John Campbell, Sine Wave, Carmilla, Hyperflash, and Goblina. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. But yeah, crunch is either a failure of your, you know, management above you, and you're the one paying the price, or if it's a personal project, I mean, crunch is a failure of management, but that just happens to be you this time. Okay. Look at all those bones. Where are my snakes? That's a big pile of bones there. Oh, how strange. What a strange animation. Death. One bony bastard, tell you what. There, they are dead. It's a pile of bones. Let me do some recordings for the dev thread. My favorite Burnout OST. 3, probably. Burnout 3. Spear Truck says, how many outfits do you have for the Bunless model? Just 2. Just the default Nunlith right now. I am making Mech Pilot Lith, though. Maybe I should work on Mech Pilot Lith a little bit on stream. No. We're at 6.5 hours. We're just talking about crunch. It is starting to set in, so we're going to finish with this. And not crunch on a new Bunless outfit. And we'll play a little bit of Unsighted just so I can establish it in my mind. You have to lock it in for the next stream. Oh, not mech pilot lith, not like mechlith, if that makes sense. She is still, you know, a fleshy being. Jumpsuit lith, yes. Ken Wolf, the thing about crunch is that it's not really a failure, but a symptom of a strategy of manipulative management. The only thing that gets out of crunch and overwork, for that matter, is the upper management looks at the week or monthly report and says numbers go up, ergo numbers must keep going up. So it only worsens the more it lingers. Exactly. Jumpsuit lift, yes. Number go up is a poisonous mindset that ruins so much, says Ninjas. Absolutely. Fuck me up, snakes. Fuck me up, snakes. Are they hurting each other? Cool. Okay. So I think that's all the animations. Let me see. What is this? Fuck me up, snakes. Sounds like a really good date. Oh gosh, speaking of, I have a date in a few hours. I should probably stop streaming and freshen up a little bit. Okay. I need to delete all these placeholder animations. But if we can delete all the placeholder animations, that means that every animation is finished. But we'll see. Deleting assets. It should play a Vine Boom every time we delete assets. I think that would be ideal. Okay, it's probably taking too long to delete all these. I'll delete all these at a later date. So let's do a race. We also need to integrate them into the code base, like the menu, the main menu, character selection and stuff. I'll probably do that tomorrow. So for now, we are going to just hop into a level, a track, and just hard coding some variables because they're not integrated into the main menu yet. Astral on ramp. Well, we can't auto key it to the delete key. Like, look, if I try to delete this, I press delete, it would play the Vine Boom right there. But obviously, Unreal Engine is chugging. and then there's a confirmation later. So it wouldn't be that easy. See. Okay, but anyways, let's do Hunter's Dream course. Oh, my goodness. Well, this works right off the bat. I'm proud of these little intro cameras. There's me. That's a frame so yeah, we are dropping frames here. Is it because of all my streaming stuff? I have I feel like we're really hitting a bottleneck somewhere. We're dropping like 8 frames, which is ridiculous. How's it going? I'm profiling right now. Okay, well, doing performance profiling at the end of a 6-hour stream, almost 7 now, probably not the best idea. So I will probably have to look into this later. So for now, it seems like it's probably an AI issue. So I'm just, for now, just for the video, for the stream, I'm just going to lower the number of AI. Hopefully that'll fix the problem. And we'll look into it later, because it's already been a pretty long stream. How you doing, Mimi? How you doing? You doing wild? Having a wild time? Happy to hear that, hon. It looks like we're kind of struggling. I'm not sure. Is it the mail? I don't think struggling. We're at like 20 seconds.
The monsters.
We're dropping frames like crazy. Have other weapons. It's true. How did that candle stay lit? No idea. Don't ask. And of course, I wasn't capturing that whole time. How frustrating. Why are we flying into the sky? Stop it. Why are we flying in the sky? There we go. Will this game have multiplayer? Stylus says. I'm assuming you mean online multiplayer. I'm going to try my best, but I'm not a network engineer, so I can't promise anything. Yeah. I'm gonna try. Local multiplayer is already in. That visceral boosted idiot. I've done online multiplayer and I don't know. Yeah, I know it's a night. I've worked in online so I'm in last place. Fuck, Gascoigne. Get fuck, doll. Ah! Right. So I'll finish BBKart development there. Seems like all the animations are in. It looks like Shadows of Yharnam are a fully fledged racer now. There are a few things we need to fix. Just like some small things, like when we use the whirligig wheels, they didn't spawn the blades on the wheels of the moped, I don't think. So there's some small things here and there. And of course, they need to be selectable in the main menu, so we need to integrate them into the character select. They need a little icon for when you hover over them. They need an idle animation for when you select them. right? It shows the physical 3D model. So we need to do all that main menu stuff, but that'll be tomorrow. And then I guess the Shadows of Yharnam will be finished. And then we'll work on the track, the Forbidden Woods racetrack. We have the Forbidden Woods Battle Arena, which is what we've been testing in, but we need to do the Forbidden Woods racetrack. And then after that, that is Racer 10 out of 12. And hold on, I'm bringing up my roadmap. And that is racetrack 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That is track 6 out of 8, I believe. And yeah. And we have 2 more boss fights we need to do. That's it for the big assets we made for this game. After that, the game's not done, but it is content complete. Maybe we might make a new, or mostly content complete. All the big content's complete. I might make a new game type. I might make a new power-up. I want to make the Molotov a power-up. But yeah, that'll be it. That's very exciting. But I did promise a little bit of Unsighted before we finish. So let's say we're at 6 hours and 45 minutes. So let's do a 15-minute string of Unsighted. Just to get us, just to kick this off. Let me change my Unsighted. First look. Cool. Here, switched over. Supported controllers. Ooh, I like that menu. Wait! What have I done? What have I done? Ooh. I'm a fool. This is multiplayer? Action Girl. Intended challenge level. Okay. These are good. Very good UI. Very good menu. Ooh, cold open? In media res? We love a good cold open. Yeah, that's right. Wake up, protagonist. Automaton repair room? I can't wait to stitch this world together based on scant information provided by gameplay and narration. Ugh, this art is so fucking good. I want to be Action Girl. Press RB to heal yourself with plasma. Sprint. Forward jump. Okay, we got a stamina meter. Cool, cool, cool. Yum! Full of plasma. Sorry. full of plasma. I love that jump. Oh, I'm so sorry. The footstep sound effect does not line up with the footsteps in the animation, and it's bothering me. Oh gosh, I hope I get used to it. Nice looking stamina bar, yeah. We're in a lab. I guess that explains the syringe. Heck, Snowfall is following. Hello. Get these stupid green plants out of the fucking way. I want to get the shiny. I'm so happy I'm finally playing this. Give me my weapon. Yag. Raging. Oh god, that sprite is so good. Holy shit. Raging Donut says, as a developer, do you catch yourself musing over on how another developer does things in their game when you play a game? Oh no, that brain is always on. That I can never turn that off. I've learned to live with it. Ooh, reflects the. Ooh, cool. Yes, yes, yes. Ooh, trigger to attack. Okay. Oh my. There we go. A stick? Can I equip the weapon? The stick as a weapon? No. Right trigger to attack. Oof, okay. Oh no. Is there an enemy? Look at the layers of modularity in that sprite. Yeah, it's really good. I'm almost like expecting to be able to control her with the right stick. Nope. Feels good. Love the jump attack. This game feels really good. Can I cut grass? Good. Good girl. Yeah, this game feels very, very good to play. Very good game feel. Oh, hold on. There was more stuff over here. Taking a peek. Yeah, don't worry, feline. I got the gist of what you were trying to say there. Is there a dash attack? Yes, there is. Was elevator access a dead end? Let me check it out. It's hard guessing the intended route. And wanting to go. Yes, I missed this. This is what I was missing. No, I did this already. Okay. Let me check elevator access. It was worth a shot. It was worth a shot. Looks like it plays like Hyper Light Drifter. It does! I never finished Hyper Light Drifter. Devs confirm not to be System Shock fans. Look, I have hot takes on immersive simulation as a game genre. I wanted to be a keypad in Space Case. You put 0451 in it, and it just calls you a fucking nerd. Like, sorry, this isn't part of the immersive simulation genre. Memories from a forgotten time come rushing back to you. Cutscenes! Yes! Full motion animated pixel art cutscenes! Oh my god! Oh, they're clones. 0451 flushes the airlock yak. Oh, so good. Oh my god. Oh, the shiny glasses. Oh, fuck. Shining every 1 second. Oh my god, you're gay. Oh, it's so fucking gorgeous. Okay. What? Cave story. Ah, cave story is so good. Doctor's log, N095. Today was such a great day. Raquel and Alma are finally getting along nicely, and they're helping rebuild the city from the last human attack. Alma is a fast learner, and I'm certain she'll be crucial to ending the conflict. I hope we can teach her more than strategies and fighting. There's so much more she's capable of. By the way, the new elevator password is 1992 upside down. I'm assuming it's a 5. I better not forget it like last time. Having to use the air ducts to get out of the lab definitely wasn't comfortable. Attention! Unidentified biomass detected inside the perimeter of the lab. All personnel evacuate the elevator immediately. Let's fucking go! Is it an instant death? I'm assuming it's instant death as soon as it touches me. I forgot what it was. 1992. No, 5. Oh, 451. How nice for the monster to be. Yeah, I love video games. It's just like, T.O., we're in a text box. Oh, I remember this cutscene. This cutscene was in every trailer. Oh, so good. Alright, so, do we save whenever? There has to be a save system soon. Help me! Oh my god. Haley over there, you look so strong. Help a poor fairy bot out over here. Is the main character's name Unsighted? Or Alma? Oh, what game is there? Yeah, this is Unsighted. Phew, thank you, that was rough. The monster got the best of me and I ended up stuck in this pile of debris. Wait a second. You're not Unsighted. Oh, who said it? Who are you? Oh, she talks! Sorry, for some reason I expected her to be a silent protagonist. Who am I? Oh my god, she talks. Oh! Wow. Oh, gay! Sorry. Raquel, why is her hair infinitely spawning? Raquel? Is this your name? No, I think that's what I'm looking for. Raquel. The name does sound familiar to me. Why don't you come with me? I'm going to the Crater Tower. I'm supposed to meet Vanna there. Okay, you've introduced 3 names to me. If you introduce a 4th, my poor ADHD brain will not be able to support that. Vanna, or remember that. Vanna is super smart and strong. There's nothing she can't do. This game's gay as hell. Yeah, that's why I'm playing it. I'm sure she'll be able to help you, and she probably knows who this Raquel person is. Oh, I guess. And also, getting there by myself would be hard. This place is crawling with Unsighted. I'll mark the location of the Crater Tower on your map. Let's go. Okay, where is... This is later, right? Yeah. Where is our save point? Save point, please. Save point, please. Is it autosave? Ooh, the reflections. Yeah, the combat's fucking great. So you can climb vines in this game. That works too. I don't think this is the way to the Crater Tower. Conspicuously placed vines that you can climb as expected. Perfect game, no nuts. I mean, we did just come off of Pseudoregalia, which has conspicuously placed vines that you can't climb. Ah! Goodness. Okay, then where the fuck am I supposed to go, game? Hex Snowfall just subscribed. Thank you so much. Oh, thank you, Hex. Where are we going? Friendship with Pseudoregalia ended. Pseudoregalia has a conspicuously placed butt, though. It's true. It's true. Oh, I'm so silly. I'm so silly. There we go. We have to get used to attack being the trigger. Hey, look, it's a terminal. Let's activate it. You can equip your chips at the terminal. Why are you looking at me like that? You don't remember what chips are? Here, take these. Strength. Okay. Health. You can now equip these chips at the terminal. Okay. Cool. New chip slot costs 320 buckaroonies. Recharge the bonfire, I'm guessing. No, it's always good to... Nice. It's always good to equip as many chips as you can. You can find new chips anywhere around Arcadia. You never know what effects they will give you. Just like Life is Strange. And if you want to... I can't believe this game takes place in the same universe as Life is Strange. Now let's keep going. Silly rabbit, something I forget. The effects and details are really good. Very good rain. Gimme, gimme, gimme. New chip. Stamina. Ow. Let's heal Y. Oh. Block. Can I not heal? R1, there we go. Hey look, the crater tower is this way. That way. Uh-huh. I don't think you'll be able to cross the gap with your current equipment. Let's look around. Maybe we can find something that will help you. Harry! Yeah. Good jump. Very good jump. Good, you can parry bullets. Where is the save point? Wait, was that the save point? The terminal? I'm assuming that was the save point? Royal Guard! There we go. Whoops! Wow, she fucking died. I lost 164 of something. Okay, so this is a save point, right? My bolts! Okay, I'm going to assume this is a save point. So we're already over time. I guess we'll find out in a second. Cool! Alright. Alright. Well, this game is Unsighted. Very good so far. But yeah, that was really good. Really long stream. We're at over 7 hours now. So I'm gonna stop streaming. Take probably a little nap. So thank you so much, everyone, for hanging out. I hope you all have a good rest of your day, good evening, or morning, or whatever time of day it is. And I will see you all later. All right, goodbye.